that's it? I think that's it. Yes. Yes, indeed. We in here. Hello. I started a few minutes early. Making sure everything is connected. Making sure everything is working. Good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening. I saw some people won't be able to make it. That's very okay. I saw some people who have been here for an hour. I'm very flattered. Noxus Chocolate, I'm so sorry you won't be able to make it. Anyone who has to go, it's very okay. It's very okay. You got stuff to do. You can always rewatch this back. Hello, everyone. I started a few bit early. I also had to take my earphones because the song playing was gonna get stuck in my head. I've been singing Once Upon a Dream while setting up, and I'm like, it's gonna get stuck in my head. Can everyone hear the game all right, and also me all right? Oh, really, Stardust? This is your first time, your first live with me? I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much, Sally 104. I washed my hair today, and nothing changed. Thank you, Zarabeth. I'm still learning what to do with my hair. And it's a little bit hot in here. Plus there was a thunderstorm not too long ago, so I hope everything doesn't cut out on me. Thank you. I think it's the headband that I got from the dollar store. Really puts the look together. You graduated, Celestia Moon. Congratulations! Congratulations! Thank you. And everyone can hear all right. So I think this one might be a long one. I think Mushroom Oasis has like 3 chapters and they're all really good. They're all really well written and long. Thank you. I was worried my hair wouldn't cooperate after I washed it. Like it feels nice and soft and moist. Golden cheese? A wild golden cheese profile picture spotted. Alright, good, everyone can hear? So actually the original main menu music always gets copyright claimed, so I had to work a little magic on it, had to fiddle with it a little bit, so Lana Del Rey doesn't come from my throat. Thank you. I guess I can start at 3? Since I started a little bit early. I'm glad I could help you find such cool visual novels, Larry. Oh, Horror Kid Party Pupper, this is also your first stream? Well, welcome to the stream. We get a little silly, there's some polls here and there. Oh. Rainbow Factory Tyler, you got your mama Cookie Run character keychain? I've been meaning to look into Cookie Run. That game sounds fun. It looks cute and fun. Well, Hannah, the bad ending is like one of the best bad endings I've seen in a visual novel. One of the most heartbreaking. I hope not a lot of people wants to see it. I don't know if I can read through it again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the bad ending of this, and there was another bad ending that just broke me into pieces. Eh. Whew. Welcome anybody who's new that I missed welcoming. Yeah, maybe someday I'll get into Cookie Run. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hello, everybody joining us. Thank you. I got this shirt from AliExpress. Your little alt girl 13. I got a lot of stuff from AliExpress now that I think about it, like dollar store thing. I got this choker from AliExpress. I got this necklace from AliExpress. Ugly Stupid Cookie Run is like, you know what? I can't even explain it. I don't really know. I don't know what kind of game Cookie Run is. Like how do you get the cookies? Huh. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to Google that or something. Yep, this song is Once Upon a Dream from Sleeping Beauty, and also something with Lana Del Rey. Thank you, Iman. Both my necklace and, well, headbands from Dollar Store, necklaces from AliExpress have my necklace is backwards. How is my necklace backwards? How did that happen? I had to take my headphones off because I was humming the song this whole time while setting up. It's so pretty. Phew. Phew. Researching the cookie. You'll have to tell me your findings, Ugly Stupid. Hello, formerly Avalon the Eldritch Horror, and now she who lounges upon rings of Saturn. I like that. Both are great names. Who lounges upon rings of Saturn. Okay, Busy Bee. Take your time with your chores. Okay, thank you, Rainbow Factory Taylor. There's a little gotcha that you can get, but you have to use diamonds. You can get new cookies. You can also get soul gems as well if you run out of diamonds. Then you have to buy some. Okay, so it sounds like what I'm doing now with Love in Deep Space. Okay. I don't know if I should allow myself to get addicted to another cell phone game. Nah, the real game with cell phone games is to not spend any money ever. There's the real game. I'm incredibly patient. Oh, it's an endless runner? Ooh, I'll have to give it a try. It sounds fun, and when I did a stream with Epic's Line a while ago, we all had to draw a cookie run character that we've never seen before. We just got like a description of him. That was really fun. We should do that again. It was like a drawing stream. Oh, can you download it on the computer? Oh no. Sorry guys, there's no video upload. I'm busy playing Cookie Run. Hello Miko the Silly Goober. Hello Kai Halak. Thank you so much. Aw, you don't have to do that. You really don't have to do that. If you can't ever make it to a stream, I fully understand. People got stuff to do in the world, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Purple Skeleton, did I play Roblox? I played, Pressure. I played the game Pressure a couple of times. I played it once on my own, and then I played it with Epic's Lion, and he helped me get to Sebastian, and I got to meet Sebastian, and it was great. I didn't think it was going to be great, but it was great. Okay, I don't want to stall too much, because I know that this game is long. So let me get Once Upon a Dream stuck in my head again. Oh, warnings. So in this game, there is a little bit of animal implied pet death. So I just want you to prepare for that. I want you to know in real life, Daisy is fine. Daisy is absolutely okay. In fact, in a minute or two, she's probably going to come in here and start screaming at me. What else? Trace's amount of mind control. Trace amount of maybe being kidnapped by a mushroom. So keep that in mind. If you feel uncomfortable, let me know. I'll try to do something silly to cheer you up. No, we don't know what Mychael is yet. We don't know if he's a mushroom. We don't know if he's a goblin. Aww. Would Vincent be sherbet shark cookie? Aww. I'm not sure because I don't know much about the cookies, but I've heard they've got like really cute names, and sherbet shark cookie sounds adorable. Yeah, Mychael is definitely one of the least toxic yanderes out there. I mean, he's definitely a little manipulative. But yeah, aside from maybe Micah Eugen, if I could spend my day with any of the characters I've met, it would be him. How long ago did I start playing this game? I haven't started yet. How long has it been? So the YouTube thing says I started 11 minutes ago. That's a good one, Kyle. The Mario brothers are asking for the mushroom's location. Now, the mushrooms in this are, so there's Mychael, and then there's actual mushrooms who are trying to get you. The big shroom. Hopefully we don't encounter a big shroom rev skull. Okay, so this is Mushroom Oasis. This is a game that I played, that I first played maybe 2 years ago, and since then I think it's gotten 2 updates, which I've also played. I think it was day 3. I think the day 3 update was kinda recent, like, a couple months ago. But, I was trying to think what should we play for next Saturday, and I thought, a lot of people probably hasn't seen Mushroom Oasis from the very beginning. I know I haven't seen it from the beginning in a long time. So I thought that might be fun to go and see Mychael again. So I am Espoir, and Daisy is Daisy, my kitty. Daisy is fine. If it makes anybody feel any better, when she comes in the room to yell at me, I can hold her up to the camera. But Daisy has been missing for a while now. She was an indoor cat, but had the tenacity of a wildcat on a mission, trying to leave whenever the door was open. Catios and playtime just wasn't enough for the little missus. I figured she'd come running if I left out some food by the porch. 3 days later, still no cat. I've tried everything I could think of, asking around the neighborhood, putting up missing cat posters. Sadly, nothing came from my efforts. I couldn't search for her during the day, since I had work keeping me occupied, and there's only so many hours in an evening I could yell around the streets looking for her. Daisy is a very silly girl. She hates being picked up, so I'm not worried about anybody, like, picking her up. She hates being... Oh! Thank you! Thank you, Miko! I knew I could count on you! Thank you. I knew I was forgetting something. I sat up, and I try to remember everything, and I always end up forgetting something. Oh, no, the real Daisy's fine. The real Daisy's fine. I can bring her in if that makes anybody feel better later on, but she does not like being picked up. But fictional Daisy is missing. There was only one place left I could think of that she might have ran off to. The woods by my house, right across the street. I've definitely caught her eyeing the birds and squirrels that ran alongside the parameters from the front window, her teeth clicking in excitement. Aww. I was no outdoorsy person by any means. In fact, The thought of going in there scares me. But I had to find her, or at least try. The first weekend that came around, I packed up some water, Daisy's favorite treats, and a compass to be safe. I wasn't sure where to even begin looking for her, so I started walking in a straight line, calling out her name every few steps. It certainly didn't take long for me to realize I was way in over my head. Like, gosh darn it, I already know my sense of direction is bad. Why did I think this was a good idea? It was hard to find my bearings within the surrounding trees. I didn't want to admit I was lost. At least, not yet. I could only squint down at my compass as the needle spun slowly. Pretty sure they weren't made to do that. I wonder if that's a hint at something. Sleepy Bug! Aw. Hi, Sleepy Bug. Thank you for coming. We just started, 16 minutes ago. Now, Smooth Illustrated, I will spoil. I don't think Fictional Daisy is okay, but I don't think Mychael did it. It's alright, Sallyoi 104. Thank you for coming. You can always watch it later. I could only squint down at my compass as the needle spun slowly. Now, I haven't really used the compass, but I wonder if there's some shenanigans afoot. Did I really bring a busted compass on my first venture out in these woods? Figured that would just be my luck. The only thing risking my own safety was my own incompetence. I shook my head hastily. No time for negativity. Daisy was out there somewhere, cold and lost and hungry. I had to keep going. It's been hours. I am so lost. I don't even know why I kept searching, even after the moment I realized that. Why did I think this was a good idea? Because the baby is important. Hunger had been gnawing at my stomach for a while now, having missed breakfast and lunch altogether. The heat and humidity from the afternoon sun was unbearable. But the cooling air did nothing to soothe me. I think I am going to need to hug Daisy after a minute. Yeah, exactly. Live action Daisy is fine. Hello, Yaya. Welcome to my stream. Exactly. We're looking for our baby. Smooth Illustrated. Oh, my nose. Come on, nose. Even if I were to head home, I couldn't even pinpoint where that was. What do people even do in this situation? I knew it was baseless optimism, but walking onwards was really the only thing I could think of to do. Surely I'll come across something familiar. I trudged on, my shoes carefully avoiding the tree roots intertwined across the forest's floor. But in my weakened state, plus the approaching darkness, I found myself stumbling through the rough terrain. My feet hit something soft, jutting out of the ground. Ack! My hand shot out as I lost my balance. My feet clumsily tried to find purchase as I wobbled backwards, arms flapping. I sure do hope Mychael didn't see that. Poof? Oh, yeah. What? Oh, yeah. My shoe had landed smack dab in a circle of mushrooms, the brunt of it causing a wispy cloud to erupt from the cluster. I stuck my nose in my elbow to avoid breathing it in. I couldn't differentiate one tree leaf from another for the life of me, but I'm pretty sure humans aren't supposed to inhale whatever the heck this was. So I didn't notice on my very first time playing. But that sure is a suspiciously shaped, divot shape in the grass. Mychael's evil twin brother did it. I don't know if Mychael is, is a mushroom. He's got mushroom horns, but I don't know. So when I first played this, I can't remember if editing it in the future I noticed, but there's a suspiciously shaped shape in the grass next to these evil mushrooms. It smelled strongly of rotten wood and wet dirt, even as it cleared. Something shiny quickly caught my attention. I stooped down to pick it up, gasping under my breath. It was Daisy's collar. Ha! Joke's on you. Daisy doesn't wear a collar. She doesn't seem to like them. Covered in whatever those mushrooms released. I looked around desperately for any signs of her, and you didn't... Okay, me in the game, you didn't notice that suspiciously shaped shape right over there? But then again, neither did I. Daisy? 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 Huh. Actually, she's probably asleep downstairs. I keep calling her, she's gonna show up. Psst, 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 psst. I coughed from inhaling some of the remaining dust floating in the air. I should really steer clear of this. Now then, exactly, Sleepy Bug, the fairies got her. The fairies. I don't think Mychael had anything to do with this. I honestly think Mychael did not have anything to do with this. Nah, Daisy's not coming up yet. Pocketing Daisy's collar, I retreated carefully until I could breathe again. Stepping back, I could still smell it. It must have stuck to my hair and clothes. A quick once-over confirmed my suspicions with a slight cringe. A thin yet generous coating of it covered my sleeves and jeans. I leaned against a tree, dusting off my clothes in a naive attempt to get the dust and smell out. To no avail. If anything, it felt like I'm breathing more of it in. What used to be musty now turned sweet, and I found myself inhaling even deeper. Uh-oh. Trying to pinpoint the smell. Cucumbers? It smelled like fresh cucumbers. A tingly feeling crept up my hands and neck, pinpricks spreading across my limbs as a strange heat reached my face. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know if you can see it very well, but the possessive pronouns like I and my are turning purple. I started to feel drunk and woozy. My senses were numb. It should freak me out, and yet a strange comfort washed over me. I should lay down. Right now, in fact. My legs gave out from beneath me, my body toppling over at an awkward angle. I laid there and stared and stared and stared. It was nice here. A peaceful calm. The perfect place for a nap, even. My eyes grew heavy as I swam in and out of consciousness. Yeah, a nap sounds really good right about now. Oh, lots of critters passing through lately. Sorry this happened to you, little one. It could have been anyone, but it had to be you. Mychael, you had nothing to do with my kitty, right? Right? Wait, a human? How do you end up all the way out here? Still breathing, too. Ah, jeez. I can't leave you here. What should I do? You should totally pick me up and give me something to eat. Pretend to be asleep. Stay awake. I don't think this matters. It just shows you his pretty face sooner. Oh, precious. Here comes the boy. Aw. Mychael Starlight Doe, I hope you find your kitty. Yeah, Fox Animation. I know Mychael knows that the mushrooms in the forest are dangerous, but I don't think he likes them. Yeah, keep an eye out for the text that turns purple or pink. Well, Zarabeth, you were getting hypnotized by the mushroom spores. They were getting in your brain, man. Yeah, I think so. Brutus XP. Your theory is that the ground with the mushrooms dissolves anything alive that touches it. Yeah, I think that's what it does. Cause if we run from Mychael and go back outside, then there's a person-shaped outline in the grass. I don't think Mychael did anything to the kitty. Well, that's the good thing about fictional husbands, gotcha queen. They're fictional, so we can share them. I fluttered my eyelids, straining to look at the person approaching. My eyes widened as I took in their appearance, the protrusions from their forehead catching my attention, not to mention the green skin. The stranger didn't sense my unease as they heaved a sigh of relief. "You're awake. That's good. Very, very good. How are you feeling?" I blinked. "Oh, so sorry. I forgot about that. Here." The person held a cup to my lips, a strong, sweet smell coming from the rim. A gentle hand grabbed my chin to open my mouth. I couldn't even move or... Oh, okay, so I'm paralyzed. Oh, ooh. So the mushrooms just paralyze you, and you just stay there and get absorbed by the grass, by the mycelium, by the megamycete. Don't worry. It'll help you feel better. I promise. Drink up. As the liquid hit my tongue, all I could feel was a vague sense of heat. As I kept drinking, taste and texture returned, the sweetness of berries and chamomile coating my taste buds. I could even detect a hint of mint. I lifted my head finally, hands fisting at my sides as I propped myself onto my elbows. The person kept a steady hand on my chin, careful not to pour in too much in case I choked. I finished every last drop, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. I stared at my fingers, realizing I had full autonomy over my body again. So those mushrooms were just gonna make us stay there and just get it dissolved in the grass. I'll try not to kill him, Jazzy Hearts. I don't think I'll be able to survive the bad ending of this game. If you want to see the bad ending, I think it's in my first playthrough of this game. Yeah, Rev Skull, you got it. You got it. I recently finished watching Corey Kenson's 6-hour playthrough of Resident Evil Village. And Resident Evil Village is one of my favorite Resident Evil games, because I'm terrified of Resident Evil. And I've finished watching him play it over the course of like a few weeks. And I'm just realizing how much I miss my husband, Heisenberg. But Michael's voice claim is Kristoff from Frozen. Oh, man, I haven't watched Frozen in a while. I can't get my voice that deep, though. But that's still cute that he'll have a big, deep voice. Yes, Ravebo21, you can kiss him. Good as new. Now, how are you feeling? He's so cute, his little mushroom hat. His little mushroom beanie. Better, thank you. The stranger laughed. Oh, I like the way you sound. Hee. Been ages since I've talked to anyone, much less a voice as nice as yours. I brushed off their strange compliment, finally looking around the cabin properly. It's so cute. All you need is a TV and an internet connection, and it'd be perfect here. It was a simple room filled with sparse but decorated wooden furniture, fit for someone living alone. An open archway to the right led to what I assumed was the kitchen. Next to it, a door was closed shut. Possibly the bathroom? Taking it in, there was a common theme of knitted decoration strewn about. Any available surface had patterned knitted tablecloths covering it. Oh, an unfinished project lay beside the bedside where I sat, a pair of knitting needles jutting out of a pile of yarn from a small basket. Don't worry, Mychael, those knitting needles are going to stay in that basket. They're not going in your chest. As far as I could tell, it looked like the beginnings of a green scarf. The stranger was comfortable in staying silent, observing me as I glanced around. They tossed their hat onto the bed, scruffling their hair and making it even messier. Precious. Absolutely precious. With their hat off, their unique features were impossible to ignore. Sorry, but what are you? Oh, I didn't introduce myself, did I? Hiya, I'm Mychael, with a Y. Cute. I shook my head. No, I meant that, Mychael stared at me, their left ear twitching. You look very... He snorted. Ugly, off-putting, adorable, marryable. No, just different. Different, huh? You're just being nice. I forgot that his little tongue is blue. Well, then explain yourself. I mean, that's kind of rude, isn't it? I paused for a moment before pinching my nose bridge, exhaling slowly. I'm just... sorry. It's been a long day is all. I lost my baby girl. I should be thanking you. If it helps, it's a... skin condition? Is that what you humans call them? The way they said it didn't sound confident. I think I used a clip from Invader Zim where Dib, and I think it's the first episode, Dib says, then why is your skin green, Zim? Or why is your skin green? Is that a skin condition? Or no, Dib says, Zim says he has a skin condition, and then Dib says, well, then how come you don't have any ears? And then he says, is that also a skin condition? And then Zim goes, yes. Exactly, Mychael Starlight Doe. We accept differences. Just please let us marry you. I wonder... Exactly, Smooth Illustrated. Oh my goddess, why you can't just ask people why they're green? He is Sleepy Bug. He is absolutely adorable. You know what, Jazzy Hearts? I still don't know. I don't know if he's a mushroom. He's got the little mushroom protrusions and he's got a mushroom tail, but we don't know yet what he is, where he came from, or I think he mentioned some things about his family. I'll have to ask when we get to that part, but we don't know. That's a really good point, Gotcha Queen. That's a really good point. Mychael made all of this furniture in his home, meaning he chopped down and carried the logs himself. He might be jacked under those clothes. Mychael, take off your clothes. And I'll stop rambling about Invader Zim. And the ears? Genetics? Right. And I assume the little... I waved vaguely at their horns. Antenna? They're so cute, I wonder if they're squishy. Those things are just cosplay to complete the look. Would that make a convincing argument? I squinted. Maybe. Then, yeah, it's cosplay. Still doesn't explain everything. Wait till you see his tail, me. Then you'll really be in love. Mychael huffed a nervous laugh. Uh-oh. Listen, I'm just a guy living by himself in the woods. You don't need to worry yourself further than that, okay? Something in his tone compelled you not to question his existence anymore. You doing shenanigans? He's just some guy, living in the woods. Completely normal. Right. Completely normal. I'm Espoir. Mychael beamed. Nice to meet you, Espoir. I fiddled with the blankets as Mychael scooted closer from the edge of the bed. I know I already asked, but how are you feeling? Any aches? Sores? Nausea? Intrusive thoughts? Weird impulses? Fever, maybe? I don't... He placed his hand on my forehead before I could react. His hands were calloused, quickly retracting as he gave a thoughtful hum. You seem to be lucid. Do you have any urges to go out and frolic upon the mushrooms? That's a good sign. Great? He hummed absently, his ear twitching, reminding me of a perturbed cat. Cat? My cat! Daisy! I'm surprised she's not up here yet. Oh, shoot. Sorry if this is out of nowhere, but have you seen a cat around these parts? Her name's Daisy. She's a sweet little thing, about this big. She's a big girl. Skittish, but she can approach strangers if she needs to, and she absolutely hates being picked up. I pulled out my phone to show pictures of her, only to find it missing from my back pocket. Wait, where is... I haven't. Your cat. I haven't seen it. Oh, I see. You bet... Mychael? If it turns out that you had anything to do with the disappearance of my kitty, I'm going to be so mad. Exactly, person with a purple heart. Now, I'm pretty sure. I'll be surprised if Daisy fictionally turns up in the game. Because, you know, that could be a squirrel in the grass. No, I'm pretty sure that was Daisy. I'm pretty sure my poor baby girl is gone. But I don't know. I still got this tiny little suspicion that Mychael, you didn't eat my cat, did you? You did not eat Daisy, did you? You better not have. I better not find a trace of her in your fridge. Oh, I see. I slumped against the pillows, rubbing at my temples. She lost her collar, too. Even if anyone finds her, they wouldn't be able to tell where she's from. Dang it! Mychael stayed quiet, watching me from his side of the bed. You came all the way out here? For a cat? Sir, have you ever owned a cat? Of course. To the point where you're willing to run yourself ragged this deep into the forest? For a cat? Do you realize how far you've wandered away from the nearest town? I found you near unconscious, in an area no one's set foot in for years. For a cat? Mychael, you have never owned a little boopable kitty. He sounded like he was holding himself back from giving me a stern lecture, as if in disbelief I had such little regard to my own survival. We humans, we thrive upon cats. Cats are part of our history. My cheeks grew heated at how stupid, reckless that sounds. In fact, I was doing one of those free Harvard coding courses, and one of the first programs you learn is how to make a cat meow. That's one of the first things you learn in coding, how to make a cat meow. Like a little cat meow sound. Cats are so engraved into human history, it's ridiculous. You'll learn the history of cats and humans, Mychael. I mean, she's not just a cat, she's my family. I know it was stupid for even trying, but I had to. Mychael eases up, shoulders tense as he looked me over from underneath his unruly bangs. Family? Huh? Please tell us about your family, Mychael. He finally tipped his head at me with a smile. You're willing to wander this far for such a small critter. I've met my fair share of lost campers, hunters, and a few runaway teens or two. But someone looking for their pet? You're kind of weird, aren't you? I sputtered, much to his amusement. Speak for yourself. Yeah. How dare you be so cute and weird? Who cosplays in the middle of the woods? I would cosplay in the middle of the woods. Mychael laughed, a deep, hearty one resonating from his chest. Fair. I think I'm starting to like you, Espoir. Likewise? His smile widened, but something about it was off. He was showing too much teeth. Aww. It felt like he hadn't talked to someone in a real long time and forgot how to smile the right amount. Aww. I rubbed my neck, trying to think of something else to say. Can I ask, how did I get here? Oh, like I said, I found you in the woods not far from here. Oh, geez, really? I knew I was tired, but I couldn't have possibly... I did step in something. Something important. In purple letters. Familiar pinpricks crept up my skin. Home. I need to go home. Mychael stiffened as he grabbed my shoulder. Never mind that. You'd fallen unconscious from, heat stroke. Heat stroke? No, that wasn't what happened. I was fine up until... Mychael shook his head insistently, leaning close. No, Firefly. You weren't fine at all. If I hadn't found you when I did, well, who knows what could have happened? You could have gotten injured or attacked by a wild animal. There's danger in these woods, you know. No, he was right. You, in pink letters, had been so foolish. How did you think you could do this on your own, searching for your cat in the middle of the woods, and to go in without bringing any water, passing out from heat stroke of all things? How could you have been so stupid? You listen here, Mychael. You listen here with your pink mist. Don't you call me stupid. You can call me a dummy. You can call me forgetful. Do not call me stupid. I had water. I shook my head, brain too foggy to pick apart my thoughts. He sounded confident, so why should you doubt him? Well, if it means anything, I'm glad you were there. Hey, did everything taste like strawberries for a second? Mychael relaxed, hand on his hip lap once more. He grinned at me. So am I, Espoir. I'm definitely glad I found you. You pull on shenanigans and then you blush blue and it's cute. His eyes were fully hidden behind his unruly hair, but I couldn't help feeling how intensely they were fixated onto me as he said that. Mychael, you've just met me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood. Sure. Without a distraction, I've only just realized how uncomfortable I was sitting still. The blanket on me was starting to itch, just as the desperate need to get home began to rise in me again. This was interesting, but I should really get going now. Wait! My host jumped up from the bed before I could. I mean, you can't. I can't just let you wander around the woods this late. Please, stay a bit longer. But Mychael, come on. He grabbed my hand and led me across the room. Aww. We stepped into the kitchen, a fragrant smell of cooked potatoes and meat hanging in the air. Oh no. 2 plates had been set out on a small circular table, complete with utensils and mugs of tea. I wasn't expecting guests today, so the food is nothing fancy. But join me for dinner? Well, since you asked so nicely. Since you said the magic word, dinner. Yeah, I forgot what the nickname that he uses for us was. Firefly. That's so cute. That's a good one, Busy Bee. Born to cottagecore, forced to gaslight. Oh yeah, he's got like 4 eye sockets, but I think two of his eye sockets has two pupils? Exactly, Smillville Illustrated. Somebody say food? Here I am. Yeah, it is a really nice, a really cool interfacing sound. Is my thing too big? I think that's alright. I think that's okay. It really scratches the brain like somebody's trying to gaslight you into staying with them. He looks so hopeful, ears drooping. You'd feel so bad if you had to say no. So, we all want to say yes, right? Right. We want the good ending. We want to stay with Mychael, right? Michael's jaw dropped for a second before he quickly recovered. Yes, of course. Here, come sit. I'll serve up the cottage pie in a minute. Ooh, cottage pie. I sat as instructed, my stomach rumbling something fierce, as the smell was the only thing I could focus on. Yes, this was definitely the right choice. Cause the other choice just leads to a bad ending. And we don't need that. We don't need that around here. Oh, my nose. What was so important that you had to leave so soon? The outside world can wait. You could stay here and enjoy my company. Hey, Mychael, get out of my brain! Get out of my brain, Mychael! Oh, actually, I should ask, are you okay with meat for dinner? I could make something else for you if that's not your preference. It's okay. I like meat. As long as it's not my cat. I don't think he would eat a cat. I don't think Mychael would eat a cat. But I don't know. We still have more days to get through. I don't know if Mychael had anything to do with my kitty. Oh, okay. You'll be having the same dinner as me then. Mychael pattered about the small kitchen with an almost giddy excitement. Oh. He put on a pair of... Wait, what do they call that? House husband? He'd make a really good house husband. The voices! Exactly. The voices that suspiciously want me to stay. He put on a pair of knitted oven mitts, humming as he stooped down and pulled out a steaming tray of pie from the wood stove. The smell, it filled out the kitchen in an instant as he brought it to the table, my stomach rumbling louder in response. I'm pretty sure Mychael could hear it, but he just smiled as he served up our portions. He discreetly cut me a bigger piece, which I was grateful for. Oh, that's probably delicious. It's probably good and buttery and flaky. It looks so good. The crust was a... Why you gotta do this to me, game? I just had breakfast a couple hours ago, but now I want some cottage pie. The crust was a nice golden color, streaked with crisp lines and garnish. The meat and veggie filling looked absolutely delectable, the savory sauce leaking onto the plate. My mouth was watering, unsurprisingly, considering the fact that I haven't eaten all day. Oh yeah. Careful now. It's still hot. It was fair advice, but I didn't wait more than 2 blows before biting into my first forkful. It was definitely way too hot to eat straight from the oven. Yeah. Mychael kept a polite expression, the corners of his mouth lifting as I panted with the piece still in my mouth. He gave me a few seconds to recover, elbow planted on the table. Is it good? I nodded vigorously, even though my buds were burning. Mm-hmm. Where can I get me some gosh darn fresh cottage pie? I couldn't taste anything. He laughed. It's usually better on the second bite. I slowed down, hand on my mouth as Mychael poked his fork into his own slice. I'm getting indigestion from the food I already ate because I'm getting hungry again. I tentatively blew on the pie to make sure it was cool before taking another bite. He was right. The second bite was a lot better. The seasoned potato crust, was nice and potato crust? Huh. Was nice and crisp on top, cheesy and creamy in the middle. The savory meat filling was well cooked and bursting with flavor. Every bite felt like home. My host watched me enjoy the meal from across the table. Do you like it? Give me the recipe. Now, Mychael! Yeah, this tastes amazing, Mychael. He flushed from the compliment, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm glad. I like to think of myself as a decent cook, but I've never been able to get anyone else's opinion on that. Do you like baking in particular? Not always. I usually go for simple dishes, with any ingredients available. I didn't know you could make a crust out of potatoes. I guess you could. I nodded amicably, though didn't say much else, 'cause my mouth was full on eating this cottage pie. I was more focused on scarfing down dinner, which thankfully Mychael didn't seem to mind. The overall atmosphere was nice and homey, and I could hear Mychael tapping his feet underneath the table. I guess he was that happy to have someone stay for dinner. Aww. It did seem like he lived alone, judging from the surroundings in his cabin. So, I'm kind of curious. He perked up instantly, his focus solely on me. What made you want to live all the way out here? Oh, well, when you look at me, it's kind of easier to just... When you look like me. When you look like me, it's kind of easier to just live out of sight from everyone else. A pang of guilt shot through my chest. I was giving him a hard time about how he looked, too. He must have sensed it as clear as day on my face. Not that you're one of them. You actually have been nicer than most. Aw. Though, I wonder if... His smile turned strained. Never mind. My point is, it's better here than anywhere else. Why don't you try the tea, Firefly? He seemed uncomfortable now, easing into a different topic. It's probably best to follow along. Oh, sure. I reached out towards my mug, only to push it off the edge with my clumsy fingers. Wait! I bent over the side to grab it, fully expecting it to just fall out of reach and land on the floor into broken pieces. It never did. Is it me or is the music really low? It's very cute. Instead, a long green appendage was twisted around the ceramic mug, securely keeping it at place. Not even a drop had fallen out. He has a tail. It doesn't help that it's got a suspicious knob on it. I'm not going to make that joke. I'm not gonna say it. I'm just going to admire the fact that he's got a tail, and it's very dexterous. Oh, really, Gotcha Queen? The creator of Mushroom Oasis made an alternate version of Mychael? Oh dear. I'll have to look at that. My eyes trailed along the length of it until I pinpointed that it came from behind Mychael, the rest of it partially hidden beneath his cardigan. Mychael? Do you have a tail? And you didn't tell me? Is that yours? No. Aw, poor baby. Mychael buried his face in his hands, the strange appendage from before lowering to his side, mug in tow. I'm sorry, Espoir. I think it's time I was honest. He lifted his head, fingers carding his hair back to reveal his eyes. He's even cuter! I froze as multiple pairs of irises stared right into mine, before darting to the side and avoiding my gaze. I know it's a lot to take in, but this is who I really am. Please, please don't be scared. Freak out? No. No. We are remaining calm. If you would like to see what happens if you freak out, you can look at my first playthrough of it. I can't go through that again. I can't. I swallowed audibly, willing myself to not look away. He seemed to be holding his breath as I gripped the edge of the table. It felt unsettling every time he blinked those eyes in succession, even when he wasn't looking at me. Was it real? It had to be. Everything about him suddenly made so much more sense. Oh, so that's why you live alone in the forest. Oh. The isolation. The avoidant behavior. He looked freaky, yes, but he also looked sad. I swallowed thickly. I'm not scared. Michael's many pupils blew wide, dilating like an excited wildcat. It sent a shiver up my spine. Now, he's cute. He's adorable. He's definitely going to get smooches. But I'm not going to say that that isn't kind of terrifying. That's just a wee bit scary. We not hurt the boy. No smooth illustrator. We not hurt the boy today. We are not hurt the boy. Okay, maybe just a little bit scared. Yeah, just a little fear as a treat. Sorry. Oh. He hastily grabbed an empty plate and hid behind it, shoulders scrunched up despite his stature. Would it help if I just hide it? I could fix my hair like before, if that's what you prefer. His voice was muffled behind the ceramic barrier between us. It was kind of endearing. Very endearing. I slowly reached out to touch his hand, the slight brush of my fingertips making him jump in place. Mychael? Yeah? Can you put that down? He slowly lowered the plate. Absolute precious. His eyes were still darted to the side, avoiding me. Can you look at me? Oh, his little pupils went small. Don't look at me like that. Sorry, I just can't stop looking. This was so awkward. His hands were shaking. I looked down at the mug, still floating next to him, hanging on for dear life. I reached over and plucked it straight out of his grasp. I tentatively took a sip. Come on, water. The water wouldn't go down. I tentatively took a sip, noticing how Mychael was watching me over the rim of the mug. The taste was mildly spicy, with an almost earthy bite to it. I recognized it instantly as ginger tea. Ooh, it's almost room temperature, but it's still pretty good. You wanted me to try the tea, right? I like it, so thank you. Oh, I'm glad. Mychael relaxed back into his seat, following my lead as I picked up my fork once more. The silence didn't last long as Mychael fidgeted. Are you really okay with this? Very. With me? Very. I gave him a once-over, really taking in his features. Let's see. Cute, precious, adorable. Yeah, it all checks out. It's very different than what I'm used to, but I think I can learn to like it. Is that weird to say? Uh-oh. Miss Daisy. Hi, baby. Baby. Okay. She's in her chair. She's having a little bath. If she comes over, I'll pick her up so everyone can see that Daisy's up. Daisy, you want to show everybody that you're okay? She's doing that thing where kitties like lick themselves and then they just kind of stare at you like you're the crazy one. Daisy boy, you want to come here? She's like, no, mummy. I mean, you're not bad to look at. It's actually kind of, dang it, what do I say? Pretty, cool, or hot. So, I'm pretty sure this all leads to the same thing, but I'm wondering what all of you guys would... Because I'm sure in my first playthrough that I called him hot. But I don't think I've ever called him pretty. And I don't know if I called him cool. Daisy, can I pick you up? Hold on a second. Hi, Daisy. Boo. Can I pick you up, boo? Can I pick you up? Can I have the baby? Just a baby. Just a baby. I'm his baby. She hates this. She hates this so much. She's a big girl. Daisy is okay, and she's very upset with me. Alright, alright. I won't bother you, ma'am. I'm sorry. She hates it so much. That sure is a cat. But Daisy is okay. Daisy is fine. And I don't think I've ever said it in a video or mentioned it, but Daisy does not hiss. I've had Daisy baby for about 2 years, and she does not hiss. I don't know if she knows how. Is that normal for a cat to not know how to hiss? I've never heard her hiss. I'm sorry. She's hiding under my blue screen. She's so mad. So we're calling him pretty? Okay. I don't think I've called him pretty before. You pretty. Daisy's like at the back of my chair where I can't reach her. You think I'm pretty? Yeah. He was too stunned to speak. Oh. My point is, your appearance shouldn't matter. You've been nothing but kind to me so far. I'd be the worst kind of person to judge somebody based on how they look. I haven't known you that long, but you seem like a good person. You're fine, Mychael. I smiled at him. We're fine. I see. He fidgeted some more before nodding, smiling a bit. Thanks, Espoir. I'll cherish this moment forever. Oh, he's so excited. He beamed at me as he enthusiastically went back to eating his food. That was something. We continued with a bit of small talk, mostly stories about Daisy or snippets from my personal life. Mychael hung on to every word I said, not bothering to elaborate much about himself, despite my burning curiosity. Tell us your lore, Mychael. Remember to stay hydrated. Oh, really? Some cats don't hiss? Oh, Bobby, you used to have a cat named Vodka. Oh. I've also seen another game that looks like it has a character similar to Mychael. I need to play that too. No, Daisy does not. She's not gonna stay. She'll very calmly she'll very calmly be picked up, but she clearly doesn't like it. Oh yeah, Mychael has kind of imprinted on us, Smooth Illustrated. Oh, Leo, Taffy, and Cleo. Those are so cute, Fox animation. Oh, really, Purple Skeleton? Oteri is having a whole new album? I'll have to look that up. Oh yeah, Gotcha Queen. I have heard of that Moondrop and Sundew game. I need to play that. But there was a game before that. I think it's called Shadow something. I think it came out like 2 months ago. I'm so behind. Oh. I could tell he was extremely insecure about his appearance, so it's probably best I keep my questions to myself for tonight. We cleaned up the kitchen in relative silence. Oh crap. I've got daisy fur all over me now. It's all over my face. Ma'am? We cleared up the kitchen in relative silence, Mychael storing away the rest of the pie as I washed the dishes in the sink. There was none of that pie left. Ooh. My breakfast. Being out here in this remote cabin, I wonder how he had running water. Maybe I'll ask him later. I think we find that out at some point. So, thanks for dinner. Thanks for the company. Oh, and please, take the bed tonight. But, you're my guest, and I'm the host. Take the bed, okay? All right. I'll be out of your hair first thing in the morning. Aww. Mychael got quiet, staring at the floorboards. With his hair out of the way, I could finally read his expressions. He did seem upset. Is that okay? I do need your help, though. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna get lost again on my own. His tail flicked behind him. Yeah, I'll bring you home tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. I heaved a sigh of relief. Thanks, Mychael. I'll see you in the morning. Yeah. Aww. Good night, Espoir. Good night, Mychael. Aww. He seemed really happy being able to say that. I plopped myself down onto Mychael's bed, getting comfy beneath the blanket. Mychael was gathering some blankets of his own to make a makeshift bed on the floor in front of the fire. Oh, like a kitty. He had an impressive collection of knitted items, a comfortable nest forming in the center of the room. My eyes trailed after his tail, now out in the open as it flicked and swayed. Kinda like a cat. They keep making allusions to Mychael being cat-like. Wait, chocolate? Chocolate! Chocolate! Wait, who's giving out chocolate? Shadow Drop. That's the name. Thank you, Rookie Tales. Wait, are those games connected? I don't know. I haven't played them yet. I'm so behind on games. No Chuckle Master Rookie Tales. You must share some chocolate. I need to get more chocolate in my home. Great. Now I want cottage pie and chocolate. Welcome back, Hannah. Low key. If you need to go, I fully understand. We're still going. We just had a lovely dinner with Mychael. And noticing that he's being compared to a cat a lot. Could that be a clue as to what Mychael is? I miss Daisy. It's okay. She's curled up right over there. She's safe and sound. Now with a full stomach, dozing off came easily. I didn't even realize how tired I was. I listened to the gentle crackling of the fire, my vision darkening. Oh wait, doesn't Mychael appear like in front of us, hovering over us like a creepy creep? But it's cute. Good night, espoir. A soft humming invaded my dreams, stirring me awake. I blinked my eyes open to unfamiliar surroundings, swaddled in a blanket that clearly wasn't mine. Where? Oh yeah, it looks different because I was like, why does the scenery look different? It's because it's daytime. Oh. I spotted the familiar figure of my host seated on a stool in front of the fire, hands deftly working on the green scarf bundled in his lap. His back was towards me, but I caught glimpses of his fingers as the needle softly clicked between the yarn. He looked incredibly adept at using them, the rhythmic movements almost hypnotic as the fibers wound together in an intricate pattern. I want to learn how to sew or knit, but it's hard. I slowly stirred into a sitting position, rubbing at my eyes. The movement quickly caught his attention, ears flicking in my direction before his eyes trained onto me. Just like last night, his pupils blew up as we made eye contact. Like a kitty. Is he kitty? His expression lit up the instant he saw me. Espoir, hey, I'm glad you're finally awake. You look so tired. I didn't want to disturb you until you've gotten enough rest.
Good morning, Mychael.
Good morning, Espoir. Did you sleep well? I was still too groggy to answer his question, a yawn slipping out as I stretched. He smiled kindly, a soft chuckle under his breath. Like a baby, then. He pointed over his shoulder to the door beside the fireplace, tilting his head towards it. You can freshen up in the bathroom if you'd like, while I start on making us some food. I'd have eaten breakfast by now, but I want you to join me while the food is still hot. How do eggs and toast sound?
Sounds delicious, mate.
Great. I'll see you in the kitchen then. He tucked away his knitting materials and set it aside. Oh, I also have a surprise for you after breakfast. It's not the most exciting surprise, but, just join me when you're ready.
Adorable.
He ducked into the kitchen without another glance. I could hear his boots thud about the floorboards. I could hear his boots thud about the floorboards, cabinets opening and closing in succession in the kitchen. I suppose that's my cue. I rolled out of bed, leaving the warmth of Mychael's blankets and trotting over to the door Mychael pointed out.
I would like some chocolates.
You guys, I'm gonna end up going to the store and getting more chocolate. Yeah, that is like, it would be cute if Mychael was the kitty, but no, Mychael says he's been here for a while. Yeah, you should, Hannah, you totally should play Mushroom Oasis again. Whew. My eczema's still bothering me. Oh, hi, Sally Yoy. Brownies. I should make some brownies. Do I have brownie mix? I don't know if I have brownie mix. Probably gonna go to the store after stream just to get some brownie mix. Fluffy cupcakes. I don't need all that sugar. That is a cute tub. Stepping inside, I didn't know what I was expecting when he said he had a bathroom, but it was surprisingly spacious. Everything looked like it was carved and polished out of wood. He seemed to have everything you'd find in a modern bathroom. A sink with a cabinet, a shower, and a tub, and even a toilet. Curious, I crept over to the toilet in particular, inspecting it. There wasn't a tank like you'd expect where the water would be stored. Instead, there was a compartment to the side full of sawdust and a scoop. Like a litter box? Now that I'm playing this again, that does sound like a litter box, though. I'm not crazy, though. That does sound like a litter box. Yeah, Rev Skull chat's making me hungry, too. I'm gonna have to find some, have a cottage pie with a side of brownies. But that does sound like... I expected it to have at least a bit of a smell, but it was surprisingly odorless. There was even a roll of toilet paper on the side. It was no flushing system, but it was hygienic. Mychael must have done his research. Walking over to the sink, I stared at the faucet before hesitantly twisting it. I jumped when I heard the rush of water pouring in, swirling in the basin before disappearing to who knows where. Wow. Why am I impressed by a functioning bathroom sink? 'Cause you're in the middle of the forest. I helped with the dishes last night. I already... The food I've already eaten is getting upset at the food I'm looking at. I helped with the dishes last night. I already knew Mychael had plumbing. Shaking my head, I finished freshening up and headed to the kitchen. Aww. Mychael looked up as I entered, a steaming kettle in his hand with 2 empty mugs on the counter. It must have been the lighting, but he was taller than I remembered. He was probably hunched over trying to make himself small. Glancing to the table, I could see he already finished plating up our food. Oh, wow. You work fast. Mychael looked proud of himself. Can't have my guests stay on an empty stomach. Go on, have a seat. I'll join you in a moment. I returned his smile and sat down, stomach grumbling as I looked at our plates. Oh. Once again, Mychael was generous with the serving sizes. Fat slices of bread were toasted perfectly with crisp, buttered sides, bright red tomato slices, and crisp salad peeking underneath the fluffy eggs. Oh, it looked amazingly tantalizing, the smell of savory herbs wafting into my nose. My mouth watered. My mouth watered! Mychael sat down a steaming mug beside me before settling into his own seat. Peeking above the rim, I could see small flowers floating about, tinting the water yellow. It faintly smelled of apples. Ooh. I recognized the yellow dried pellets of tea packaging I've seen before. Oh, chamomile? Chamomile. He nodded. I hope you like it. I'm sure I will. His smile widened, his tail swaying at the tip by his feet. Oh. He seemed more relaxed, showing his natural features this morning. Any trace of panic and hesitation from last night were gone, replaced by a look of contentment. Mychael bit into his toast, and I followed suit. I'm gonna have to try making that. That sounds good. This game, and you guys are all making me hungry. Ooh, chocolate muffin. Okay, Revskull, I hope you can make it back. Exactly, Zarabeth. We want a man who can cook, who can clean, who can build a house, who can make a makeshift tub and hook up plumbing, who can garden, and maybe one who does not manipulate us with a pink mist. Shemamole. I shouldn't say that because I'm gonna keep saying that forever, calling chamomile shamamole. We do have a lot of gremlins here. That's a good thing, right? The food was delicious, as I expected. The chunk of toast I bit into was heavenly. The butter sweet on my tongue. The tomato and salad provided a nice crisp balance. And the eggs, something about simple, home-cooked food is just the best. Mychael was happy to eat in silence, occasionally looking up at me as I enjoyed my food. He'd smile when our eyes met, his bottom pair narrowing into a happy squint. Oh, Oh, I wonder if he'd be open to some questions. Hey, do you mind if I ask? Let's see. How did you learn to cook? How do you have plumbing in your house? What's it like living in the woods? I kind of want to ask all these questions. How did you learn to cook? Cottage pie is a pretty complicated recipe. I just wonder if anyone taught you how to cook. I'd be lucky if someone could teach me how to make boiled eggs, Firefly. But it was trial and error, mostly. My earlier endeavors were, pretty much inedible. I picked up a thing or two about cooking, though, so your taste buds aren't going to fall victim to any nasty creations like my early days, at least. How early were these days? How long have you been here, Mychael? Speaking of, did you enjoy dinner last night? Of course I did. You're a really good cook, Mychael. I'm glad. It probably wasn't obvious, but I'm really happy I got to cook for you. I don't get guests often, in case you couldn't tell. I should ask you to cook for me every day then. Like a house husband. He grinned at my joke, looking pleased. What do you mean, joke? I'd be happy to. I chuckled as I took another bite. So, what's your favorite thing to cook? He lit up at the question. Fried mushrooms. Fried mushrooms? Yeah. There's plenty to find, and it's easy to make. Huh. I do remember finding a patch of mushrooms yesterday. Can you tell me more about that? They smelled pretty funky, though. You remember that? What was that? Nothing. Anyways, mushrooms were the only thing I had for a while before figuring out I could eat other stuff like roots and veggies. Do you forage all of your ingredients? Mostly. The times I figured out how to catch fish and hunt game were the best of my life, I'll tell you that. Oh yeah. My first taste of meat? He did an awkward version of a chef's kiss, as if mimicking something he saw on television once. Oh. Murmur Mia. Precious. Was he trying to say Mamma Mia? He continued before I could even dwell on it for a second longer. But nothing beats what you humans are able to make. You guys go nuts with ingredients. Rice was a challenge. It's a precious ingredient since I have to actually get some from a store. But once I figured out how to make it nice and fluffy, I consider it a special treat. I did a double take. You go to the store? Yeah. Where else would I get it? I thought you would grow it yourself or something. Can you grow? I'm sure you could. You could grow rice. He laughed as I flushed in embarrassment. It's flattering you think I'm even capable of something that impressive, but no. There's only so much the forest can provide. But what about money? Yeah, do you just pink mist anybody and say, oh, all these groceries must be free? We're talking about human currency, right? Otherwise, how would you even... Do you actually have a job? A thought occurred to me. Or did you steal it? That's okay. It wouldn't be the first forest boyfriend we have who's known to be stealing. He almost looked offended. Do you take me for a criminal? No, but that would mean... Then how? Mychael bit into his toast, his two eyes winking in mischief. I have my ways, Firefly. What's that supposed to mean? You... Mychael! Answer the question! Where do you get the monies? How do you have plumbing in your house? I know it's a silly question, but I can't stop thinking about it. Oh? You were wondering about that? The embarrassed look on my face was probably enough of an answer. Oh, well, it's nothing fascinating. It's just rainwater that I've got stored above the cabin. Just rainwater? He nodded. I detected a hint of pride as he continued. It's actually a recent installment, believe it or not. Granted, the project took a while, gathering ingredients, figuring out the tools, finding the right instruction manuals. Oh. Plus, I had to figure out where to store the water tank. And don't worry, I installed a filtration system, so it's safe for us to use. I check in every few weeks to make sure nothing's contaminated.
That sounds daunting.
Especially considering he lived all the way out here in the woods.
You did all that on your own?
I kinda had to. Anyway, it took a whole lot of calibrating and adjusting, but it really worked out. And now that I think about it, I'm glad you get to be comfortable here during your stay, too. Does that answer your question?
Where'd you learn to do all that?
He is so precious and handy. Oh, I missed it. What did Purple Skeleton say? Rice don't grow from trees. Yeah, how hard is it? How hard is it to grow rice? Yeah, dull aura. I was talking about Alan. It's not stealing if people won't miss it. Yeah, that's a good point, Gotcha Queen. He made the water tank atop the cabin himself. He's jacked. And I think I never realized that his voice was intended to be deep. So he's tall, so he's probably a big boy. Yaru Yamazaki? If you're talking about me, my kitty's name is Daisy. Yeah, he never answers anything about the money, Zarabeth. What the heck? That's... Exactly, Queen. That's a very lion mentality mindset, which I don't mind at all. How comfy his chest must be. I don't think he steals, but I think maybe he convinces people to give stuff to him. The Epic's lion mentality will infect us all. Oh, you're right, Ugly Stupid. He's so jacked and strong he can carry all the grocery bags on his own. We're not sure. We know very little of a person with a purple heart. We don't know a lot about Mychael. We don't know much. I think he says something about his family, but I don't remember. I want to try that now, Brutus XP. Eating Oreos and strawberries at the same time. Alright, let's ask this young man some more questions. I had to figure out a lot of things on my own. So, I get the suspicion that Mychael... I just said, let's continue with the game, and then I go off on a tangent again. That maybe Mychael didn't grow up here. That maybe he wasn't a child in the forest. That maybe he, kind of came to be as he is, and he just had to figure stuff out on his own. Because a lot of stuff that he had to learn involves a lot of heavy lifting that he probably wouldn't be able to do as a baby. So maybe he got turned in? I don't know. We don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to we'll just have to find out. There was a faint hint of exhaustion in his eyes. But to answer your question, I go to libraries a lot. Aww. It's where I learnt about a majority of things. The fact that he even ventured into buildings at all already surprised me. And if I'm real lucky, they have all of these neat do-it-yourselfs and workshop manuals archived for anyone to browse through. It took a while to figure everything out. Also, how did he learn how to read? Did he already know how to read? A really long time, actually. But hey, I had nothing but time. And it paid off. I'm considering upgrading the toilet next, but for now the composting setup works fine. Learned about that in an old camping guide. He paused to take a breath, as if he hadn't talked this much in a while. Aww. Daisy's all cozy and asleep. I'm rambling, but that's how I did it. Is there anything else you want to ask? Wait, you've been to libraries? His ears perked up, posture straightening. Oh, yeah. I can't tell you enough how much books have helped me. Wait till we tell you about the internet. I've made it this far only because I quickly figured out how to read. Well, figured out that I can read. So many theories. Do you visit often? In my early days, any chance I could get. Nowadays, I stick to my side of the forest, though. Gotta make sure people don't wander too far off, and then they're meant to. I paused in my chewing at the teasing lilt in his voice.
Hey, I have a bad sense of direction.
I'm joking. Anyways, if you're wondering what I do about this, he gestured towards his face, I just have to make sure everything's covered. You'd be surprised how little people pay attention to me when I bundle up just right. Do people not give you trouble? He shrugged nonchalantly. Small-town libraries are usually so empty from my experience. And people just mind their own business there. I guess that's true. I can't remember the last time I visited a library.
You should support your local libraries. It's very good for your community. And they got a lot of cool, neat, free stuff.
I guess libraries would be Michael's equivalent to the World Wide Web. I should introduce him to the internet sometime. Actually, maybe not. You'll see all the... not without parental controls. He'll see all the fan art of himself. Finally satisfied, I nodded and went back to eating my food. What's it like living in the woods? I still can't believe how cozy you've managed to make it, considering the whole middle of nowhere thing. It wasn't like this when I found it. No, it was a major, fix-her-upper? So the cabin was abandoned. Oh, okay. I never would have guessed. Yeah, I'm really happy I get to live somewhere permanent, for once. So that means that wherever he came before, he was moving around a lot. Now I'm just theorizing, what if Mychael is some kind of mushroom that the spores infected a person and the mushrooms just kind of took on the body and became Mychael. And what if the person's original name was Mychael, but he named himself Mychael with a Y? I don't know, that's a theory. But don't show him Tumblr or Reddit either. Sorry, I'm just eating up time theorizing. Yeah, what if he's a sentient mushroom that's in the body of a dead human, 'cause he said he moved, or he likes a place that's permanent, so that means that he used to move around a lot. I don't know. Matt Pat, come back. We need you for Mushroom Oasis. It's not much, but it's home. What's it like? Peaceful. Quiet. I do like it a lot. The forest provides me with everything I need. And nobody bothers me for the way I look out here. Oh. His ears twitched slightly. Sometimes you just happen to end up where it's most convenient for you and everyone else. The way he avoided my eyes as he said that gave me the impression there's something more to it. Like his home wasn't just out of convenience, but a fear of something else. Could it be something else? Could it be the... No, he walked up to the mushrooms with the purple mist. Is it people?
What are you afraid of, Mychael?
Rejection, perhaps? Or something worse? Anyways, I don't really have anything else to say about it, unless there's something specific you want to ask. He doesn't think about his question much before beaming at me. What about you? I know you've told me a little bit about yourself, but what's it like being you? I scoffed, waving a hand. Please, I'm the least interesting person in this room. Trust me. His eyes were shining in earnest as he leaned forward. Tell me anyway. Oh, well, I told him about my life, at least the parts I was comfortable with sharing. Just like last night, his eyes didn't leave my face, occasionally darting about my features and interests. The direct oogling was making me nervous, but I suppose I was doing the exact same thing when it was his turn to talk. Eventually, I came to the subject of my job and the woes of living in modern capitalism. I'm a bit jealous. You have the whole cottagecore aesthetic practically perfect. His face morphed into a confused pout. Cottagecore? I explained it to him in my own words. Oh, you're saying you want to live the way I do? Out in the woods? I nodded without hesitation. I mean, I wouldn't mind showing you the ropes. His tone seemed strangely lilted. What do you mean? Never mind. No, continue, Mychael, please. Anyways, I don't get what the appeal is, but it's not easy either, you know. The forest provides, but it's up to me to make use of it. Starting out was... A dark look crossed over his face, then, as if reliving a bitter memory. Reveal your secrets! Reveal your lore! Mychael! Rough. But I'm built for survival. I feel like asking him to elaborate would make things awkward. I decide to veer the topic into a different direction. Doesn't it get lonely? Sometimes, but I'm used to it. He smiled, his eyes lighting up. Besides, I have you at the moment, don't I? Oh, why are you saying it like that? I never thought I'd enjoy having someone around. You must be really special. I started to know a lot more about Mychael. He didn't directly say it, but it felt like he was lonelier than he was letting on. This is why you need a cat. Not to mention how he managed to make a home for himself, all on his own. I wonder, too, I had to wonder if he had anyone at all. Do you have any family around? Family? His expression turned solemn for a moment before he looked sheepish. Remind me how that works again? I get the concept, based on some books I've read. I don't have what you call parents, if that's what you're asking. Write that down in the lore. My mouth dropped open in shock. No parents? Did you come from the Megamycete? Is Mother Miranda looking for you? He shrugged and took another bite of toast. Not that I recall. Then how did you... What's that like, living with so many people like you in such close proximity? Huh? That's how it works, right? You and other humans living in one house? And you have this, DNA thing that makes you relate to the rest. Oh, he means DNA. That's what makes a family, right? Was he talking about DNA? The Denna? me and my family, we share Denna. Sweet baby doesn't know the internet. That could be it too, Rookie Tales. Either those mushrooms that took the cat are a whole other entity. That's what I thought. Or maybe Mychael is a mutation from those mushrooms, because they both have manipulation powers but use them differently. Shoot. Reveal your secrets. Yep, Dolora. I'm still talking about, was that a Kendrick Lamar reference too?
the Megamycete. I'm referencing one of my favorite Resident Evil games, Resident Evil Village. His definition threw me off. Yeah. Daisy hair all on my face. But I had to answer somehow. Not just that. Family is, people you're related to, like your mom and your dad and your siblings and relatives, or people that you love and care about, who love and care about you too. Or actually, I guess they are just people you live in close proximity to, whether by choice or not. I don't know what does what. What is family anyway? Ah. I don't know if, I don't know if this changes anything, but what should we tell him? What should we tell him that family is? Owie. I'm gonna turn up the music a teensy little bit. I don't know why OBS is saying I have 2 desktop audios. I only have 1 desktop audio. This music is really cute, but I don't know if you guys can even hear it. But let me know if I've turned it up too high. I think when I played this, I chose the middle one, People You Love. 'Cause you know that? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Fox Animation. Ohana means family. Family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. Yeah, I think the middle one. Yeah. Exactly, that's a good one, Gotcha Queen, because there's families you're born into, and then there's families you make. Yeah, that's why I think, Pancake Paws, great name by the way, I love that, Pancake Paws. How did he survive without family? So, that's why I think that maybe he started out as a young adult, and he wasn't really a baby or a child or anything. Oh, thank you so much, Kayalak. A cute little Shiba Inu with a heart. Thank you. We're talking about the meaning of family, the meaning of Ohana, the real meaning of Ohana. Oh, I actually have, wait, let me reread your thing, Rainbow Factory Taylor. Why whenever you drink Gatorade, it does kind of taste like you're tasting salt? 'Cause, there is kind of salt in Gatorade, right? I know Ugly Stupid told me about this, a long time ago, but the electrolytes in Gatorade, like, you can kind of mimic that by putting a little bit of salt in your water, I think. But yeah, the electrolytes they use, it kind of rehydrates you using salt, ironically. I think. Always do your own research. Oh, absolutely, Gotcha Queen. I would love to hear your theory. I'd love to hear anybody's theory if I can catch it. Yeah, but yeah, we're definitely going with the middle choice. Yeah, don't drink salt and water though. Always do your research. But Sleepy Bug, oh yeah, Sleepy Bug, you would need to stay like super hydrated with Gatorade and stuff like that. Oh, I remember when I got really sick, like I really had to drink those it was like Gatorade, but it was something else. Yeah, don't put a bunch of salt in water and drink it, like unless you're gonna rinse out your mouth or something. But somebody taught me that like putting a pinch of salt, like if you really need to hydrate or something, I don't know. Yeah, now that I play this again, Kahalak, that's what I think. I think Mychael was a human and a mushroom put together. Like maybe he found a sick or a dying human and like the mushroom spores or something like infected all over the human body and kind of took over. Yeah, Rainbow Factory Taylor, maybe those power-up drinks, I think? Box Cat. Yeah, that's a good theory, Gotcha Queen. He was a human like us. One day he wandered into the forest like us and accidentally stepped on the mushroom. The spores, however, changed him into what he is now. That's what I think, because for the longest time I thought the purple mushrooms are completely different from Mychael, but someone brought up that they do kind of have the same ability. Reveal your secrets. That's a really good theory. I've played this game maybe 3 times over the course of 2 years, and I never even thought of that theory. But let's see if we can get some more lore out of him. And thank you again, Kai Halak. Yeah, I've heard that too, Michael Starlight Doe. You possibly have POTS, so when you went to the doctors, they said to drink electrolytes, and they gave you a packet and put it in a liter of water. Oh, really? It was super salty? Because I don't know what's going on with me, but if I go up the stairs, I feel I have to lay down, so I don't know if it's POTS or not. I'll have to talk with my doctor. But I have been trying like electrolyte waters that goes in a bottle of water. Either way, it's always good to stay hydrated. But yeah, people that you love and care about, who love and care about you too. That is Ohana. He seemed intrigued. Is that so? That does sound nice. Is there anyone that you love and care about? Of course! Of course I do. I have a family. Yeah, I love my friends. Your friends can be considered family too? Yeah, I don't see why we have to be related to be family. I even consider my cat family. Isn't that right, Daisy? Daisy's sleeping very soundly. Oh, and this is the same for all families. I bit my lip, pondering the question. It would be naive to think that. A lot of families do love and take care of one another, but not everything's perfect. Sometimes that love can be misplaced, or taken advantage of, or even abused. Mychael looked thoughtful. So, it starts with love. I've read some stories about that. What have you read, Mychael? What have you been reading about love, Mychael? Love, I mean. Those certain feelings just don't make sense to me. At least from a reader's perspective. I guess you'd have to experience it for yourself to understand. He stared at me, unblinking for a moment. Yeah, you might be right. It's so cute when he blushes. I never considered that. Then again, who would bother loving a monster like me, huh? I'm sure I said it in my original video, but me and how many people? 66 viewers in chat would love you. Oh wait, who? Who, Jazzy Hearts? Mychael? You think he's a fairy because he's got his weird language that sounds like marbles, and he got abandoned when he was a kid? This just makes me more curious about him. Exactly, Purple Skeleton. We all raise our hands cutely. We all love you, Mychael.
What? You're not a monster.
I look like one, don't I?
That's besides the point.
You're not denying it, though. Oh yeah, if I saw you in a dark room, I'd probably throw something at you. I'm just saying it's okay. You don't have to lie to me. So, family.
Right.
Don't change the subject. You are a cutie patootie.
To be fair, everyone's definition of family could be different. What about you? What's your definition of family?
Mychael looks surprised I asked him that question. I don't know. I've never had one, and I think your answer just confused me more.
Well, if you ever figure it out, let me know.
Mychael stared at the remaining crumbs on his plate before he nodded, avoiding my gaze. Sure. We both fell silent, the lull in conversation blanking at us in a comfortable silence. All this family talk, it reminded me of the reason why I'm out here in the first place. To look for my beloved cat, a sight I might never be able to see again. Sorry, Espoir. I should tell you. Maybe I do have family, now that I think about it.
Mychael, what do you know about my kitty cat?
That was the surprise I mentioned before.
Wait, really?
He nodded. Are you done? I could take you to meet them right now.
The chickens!
I looked down at my plate. During the conversation, I didn't even realize I'd finished the meal.
Yeah, I'm done.
His movements were quick, stacking our empty plates and mugs and setting them in the sink. He grasped my hand before I could say another word, pulling me up and heading outside with me in tow. Hmm?
Hey.
Aw. He knows something about the kitty. So Kaihalik, so at the beginning of the game, when we were looking for our kitty cat, there were some purpley mushrooms, and when you stepped on them, they started messing with your mind, trying to get you to lay down in the grass, I think so they could absorb you into their mycelium. And the main character didn't notice it, but there was kind of a cat shape in the grass next to the mushrooms. So it's easy to assume that the mushrooms got the kitty and absorbed the kitty into the mycelium, into the ground, because you also find the collar next to the mushrooms. So that's what happened to the kitty. So I don't think Mychael had anything to do with fictional Daisy's disappearance. She's covering her eyes with her paws. But that's what happened, Kyle. Look. To my knowledge, it's not directly stated, but that's what it showed there. It is kind of a Marge Simpson displeased grunt. Thank you, Smooth Illustrated. Yeah, I don't think the main character knows that the cat is deceased. That the cat is no more, that she has ceased to be fictionally. Oh, thank you, Miko, for inviting me to your LA wedding. Yeah, yep, and Fox Animation is right. In one of the bad endings, then you join the kitty in the grass. So I'm wondering when Mychael fries mushrooms, if those are the mushrooms he's frying up. Booby, did you bring the candy? You know, Rookie Tales, I don't think he can do photosynthesis, cause he eats food. Sorry, my eczema's still bothering me. We are all going to collectively marry Mychael. As the door swung open, I could only see Forrest ahead before he tugged me along as he rounded the side of the cabin. Almost immediately, my peripherals were assaulted with greens on both sides. Ooh, my garden's doing pretty well. I've got an elderberry bush. It started sprouting. I figured he was the type to grow his own vegetables, but to see it in person, as confirmation, was a whole different thing. With Mychael leading the way, I only had a moment to take in the surrounding garden. He had marked the different plots with messy drawings on small wooden signs jutting out of the dirt. Cute. And so neat and compact. Carrots, lettuce, potatoes, trellises of tomatoes and beans. I wouldn't have been able to differentiate one plant to another without the signs. Even the chamomile from our tea, just now great... Even the chamomile from our tea just now grew abundant close by, the small buds swaying gently. I bumped into Mychael as he suddenly stopped, the man looking over his shoulder to beam at me. We reached what looked like a fenced-off area, with a bit of netting stretched all around. He stepped aside, watching me as my eyes widened. Chickens! Babies! Chickens! Adorable mini dinosaurs! 3 fat, happy little hens strutted about like they owned the place, because they do. As he entered through the great gate, as he entered through the gate, the hens swarmed over him in an instant at Mychael's feet, circling him and pecking at his boots. Aw, the girls! Ladies, meet Espoir. Espoir, these are Mawar, Sansuyu, and Primrose. Aww. Or as I like to call them, Marmar, Sunny, and Rosie. Chickens! Aww. He ducked to pick one up, fluffing up her feathers as he smiled. Aww. He gently scratched the hen's little head, which I assumed was Rosie. She practically melted at his pampering, eyes sliding shut. I've seen so many TikToks of people taking care of chickens, and I know I can't do it. No, not the lava. Chicken. That's gonna get stuck in my head all day. They're so cute. But I've been seeing so many TikToks of people taking care of chickens, and like, I want to try that, but no, I know I won't be able to do that. Daisy is enough. Daisy would not like me to have a bunch of chickens. The other two flapped their wings in a huff and went about their business once more. Mychael leaned closer, beckoning me to pet Rosie. She was so soft. Rosie's the oldest. She doesn't lay eggs anymore, so I couldn't bring myself to, you know.
Aww.
It's alright, she's moral support for the other girls. So I brought her some friends. Marmar came first. Sunny's a more recent addition. What do you think? Do we make a good family?
I laughed and nodded, watching as Rosie nuzzled into Michael's chest. I didn't expect chickens, of all things.
Were you expecting something else?
I was expecting it to be someone else.
Oh. No. When you look like me, people generally don't stick around.
Oh, there's that negative self-talk again. Which book did you learn that from? You don't even look that bad.
His eyes flicked to mine, a look of pleasant surprise crossing his face. You really think so?
Yeah.
You can't be that naive, Firefly.
I mean it.
He let out a polite scoff as he scratched Rosie's head absently. You genuinely believe people wouldn't run away at the sight of me?
Well, I didn't.
In this playthrough.
His smile turned smug, the corners of his lips lifting just a bit.
Of course you didn't, because you couldn't.
Shoot, he wasn't wrong.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could either stay with someone who looks kind of weird, or go out into a big, dark, scary forest where you have no phone.
I was pretty much paralyzed in his bed when we first met. But I still don't think you look that bad.
Is that so? Describe me then.
What?
You heard me. Look at me. Describe what you see.
Let's see. Smoochable, 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 smoochable. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, smoochable. For a second, I thought he was being condescending, but looking at his eyes, all I could see was a bit of playfulness. He looked at me expectantly, eyes shining. You're tall? Go on. You have blonde hair?
And there sure are a lot of... Now that I think about it, this is maybe the sixth visual novel character that I really like that has blonde hair. I don't know, I'll have to go back and count one day.
He gave an amused squint, his left ear twitching.
What else?
You have green skin and a tail?
He chuckled, though there was no malice in it. But that's not all, is it?
He definitely expected me to say it straight. Oh, fine. So you don't look human. So what? He hummed absently.
As I was saying, animals generally don't care if you look like a monster.
My heart twisted at his words. Hey, so you look like a monster, but you don't act like one, and that's the important bit. Exactly, sleepy bug, baby, cutie, honey pie.
I only noticed it when we were talking about it, Sleepy Bug, that we're both kind of obsessed with multiple sad blonde visual novel characters.
Aw, exactly, Kai Halak. How Mychael thinks he looks. How we see Mychael.
Yeah, and his blonde hair does fit his color scheme very well. Smooth Illustrated. Oh, did I miss it? Let me see if I can find it. Purple skeleton. Maybe Mychael was a human and he accidentally ate the poisonous mushrooms and turned into one. That could be the reason why he's disgusted of the mushrooms. So maybe he's someone who ate them. Yeah, that kind of aligns with that maybe he was a person that some kind of mushroom infected. Exactly, Sleepy Bug. Mychael, I don't see color. You're green, that's fine. Wait, hold on. What was that? Sweaty. What about Wario? I like Rainbow Factory Taylor. I like Wario. I like Wario. Oh, did I miss another theory? Did I miss someone else's theory? I don't know, Zarabeth. I think they know that the kitty... I think the main character doesn't know that the kitty is gone. If I missed any theories... Yeah, if I missed any theories, please put them in the, in the comments of this video. Because only now that I've played this for, like, maybe the third time, am I really thinking, what is Michael? Where did he come from? What's with this guy? Who is he? MatPat, come back, we need you! Exactly, Dollara. MatPat. Don't bother MatPat. I think he's... I don't know what MatPat's doing. There's a new guy. I've watched a few of the new guy's videos. He's okay. His passive nonchalance somehow makes it even worse. Mychael, you cute. End of story. Mychael, you're not a tug at my shoelace caught my attention. Oh, precious chicken. A light brown hen stood at my feet, her beady eyes shining. Sunny flapped her wings almost expectantly. Aw, I think she likes you. Go ahead, pick her up gently, like how I did with Rosie. I hesitated, but slowly lowered myself to cup Sunny by her wings. Lifting her up, she was quick to nestle herself until she was comfortably tucked under my arms. I could feel her wings wriggling as she nuzzled into my side. Oh, so cute! Michael's gaze softened as I cooed at the chicken, mimicking her small clucks. So, did it help? Cheering you up, I mean. Oh, so that's what this was. A fuzzy feeling bloomed in my chest as he looked at me, chicken in his arms and concern on his face. A little bit, yeah. This also just makes me think of my husband from Stardew Valley, Shane. I miss you, Shane. I miss you and your blue chickens, Shane. Only a little? I snickered, rolling my eyes. Okay, mister. A lot. That's more like it. His proud grin was infectious. I couldn't help smiling back. We spent a bit more time with the hens. What am I burping up so much? We spent a bit more time with the hens, petting them until they were satisfied. Michael even showed me the spot where they like to have their dust baths, little chicken-shaped holes scattered about in the dry soil underneath the coop. Aww. Once the gals had enough of us, we refilled their water container before leaving. He left them some treats, procuring them straight out of his pockets before shutting the gate. Oh, chicken treats! The girls' excited chatter over the food faded as we made our way back inside his cabin. I sat by his bed as he crouched down by the fireplace. From the window, I could see the sun outside was getting higher. It might be close to afternoon now. How long have we been... All right, 2 hours. I think it's time for a break time. Exactly. Same, sleepy bug. If my cute mushroom fairy mystery boyfriend took me to hold his chickens, I think I'd be staying in the woods forever. Constantly fat and pregnant. Lots of green babies. Yeah, breaky break. Oh, hi, honey pie. You're at your uncle's wedding. Yeah, I'll have to try to find your theory, Rainbow Factory Taylor. Can I? Oh, I can. I can go back and, can I? Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break right now. I'll be right back.
Eh. Hey. Hey.
Screen, my blue screen.
I back.
This lovely campfire sounding thing. This campfire ambience. I went back and saw some of your theories, Rainbow Factory Taylor, about how Mychael might be a science experiment, or that he might have been asleep, like in Poppy Playtime, like catnap in Poppy Playtime. He could be an experiment? I'm not sure. That theory's still on the table, but there's no sign as a... Like when he was talking about family, if it had something to do with him being an experiment, he probably would have remembered, like, the laboratory he was made in. So that theory's still on the table, but I'm not sure. But it's still a theory. Everyone talking about their kitties. Yeah, experiment. Him being an experiment does make a lot of sense, though. Like, he escaped somehow. Like, maybe if we wander around in the forest deeper, we'll find some kind of bunker or something. For me, it is 5 p.m., honey pie. Yeah, that's why I'm sure to put Eastern time whenever I put the times for these. I started at 3 o'clock, and it's been about 2.5 hours. It's spooky. Aw. Your spirit animal is the one that sleeps. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same time, honey pie. Adele was definitely not here. This is your first time coming to a live. Congratulations! I've lost count of how many live streams I've done, but I'm getting pretty used to them now. I hope you don't mind if I occasionally call out people's names. Alright, so where were we? What happened? What's going on? Hey, Mychael. He looked up from me from where he was stoking the fire. I rubbed my arms, unsure where to place my gaze. I think it's a good time for me to go now. I didn't. My expression fell, but I caught myself quickly. He'd done his best to cheer me up. It'll be inconsiderate towards him to leave in a bad mood. I might have to accept that I'll never see Daisy again. What do you mean? She's right over there. I think it's better if I focus on moving on. He was quiet for a moment, hands in his pockets. If you say so. But you don't have to leave just yet. We've still got plenty of daylight left, and there's some places I want to show you. Won't you come with me? I had to decide. Rude! I promise I'll take you home right after. Give me a choice, and then you... You take it away with the purple text. How could you, Mychael? Why am I suddenly choking on air, Mychael? I promise I'll take you home right after. He took another step towards me. Please, Firefly. I didn't want to say it, but he looked desperate. Aw, okay. I'll go with you. Aww. The joy on his face was shining bright as a billboard. Great. I take a break and then I have a cough in my throat. That's a good one, Smooth Illustrated. The gaslight gatekeep goblin shenanigans. I hope we all don't choke on air. Adele was definitely not here. Oh, I got it. I got the reference. I got the reference, honey pie. But if I say that, I'm gonna start singing it, and then I'm just gonna start singing all the songs from Epic. I think I've listened to the whole musical of Epic maybe 10 times now.
My hair. Thank you, Blueberry Bunny.
I washed my hair today, and it kind of came out exactly the same. I'm okay, Michael Starlight Doe. It's just that it's really hot around here today, and, I think it feels like I'm sweating in my throat. It feels like there's moisture going down my throat. No, Sleepy Bug, I know what those little devil horns are for. It's for Epic the Musical. It's just my allergies, I think. But yeah, I know. I really do love, I love Epic the Musical so much. I've been trying to not listen to it so it doesn't get caught in my head. It's getting warmer. It's cool out today, but it's getting warm. No, Sleepy Bug, no! Penelope, Penelope. I'm gonna start singing the whole entire thing. No, we're here for Mycheal. Let me get our stuff. He disappeared into the kitchen, returning with my backpack in one hand and a satchel in the other. He passed it to me as he walked by towards the front door. Huh, I almost forgot I had this. Rifling through my bag, I found cat treats, Daisy's collar, a broken compass, and my phone! The battery was dead, though. Still, that's one less thing to worry about. I checked through my bag once more, finding an empty water bottle. I frowned, distinctly remembering I forgot to pack water for my trip. Or, at least, Mychael told me I did. Didn't I? You ready? I looked up at Mychael, startling when I spotted the large crossbow in his hands. That's huge. That's a huge crossbow. He followed my gaze and shrugged, albeit with a nervous smile, like he'd been caught doing something he shouldn't be. He quickly strapped the weapon to his back and out of sight. Don't worry, I'm not going to use it unless necessary. I would hope not. I chuckled at my indignant tone. You think I'm going to let you out into the woods without guaranteeing your safety? I made a promise to get you home, so this is just an extra precaution. You don't think it's a bit much? Better safe than sorry, Firefly. He did have a point. If anyone knew these woods and the kind of danger it held, it'd be Mychael. No, Sleepy Bug, no. Darn it, I'm gonna have to listen to all of Epic the Musical again. Yeah, Lazy Speedster, I think that's it too. It rained really, really hard here not too long ago, and my allergies don't like that. The Puppeteer's Puppet. I can't read that. So, Adele was definitely not here near the beginning, when Mychael was gaslighting us into how we got here. He said, you passed out because you, of heat stroke and you, didn't have water. He didn't say that we were hypnotized by mushrooms and passed out. So, he made us believe that we didn't pack water when there's the proof that he was lying. Oh no, that's too perfect. Smooth illustrator. Michael's like, I've got all you could want here, all you could need here, just you and me, my dear, my love for life. Oh no, he's calypsoing us. So far, Underworld and Suffering, and Open Arms are like my top favorite songs in Epic the Musical. I don't know everything word for word yet, but he's totally calypsoing us. I glanced over him again, noticing he'd changed his oversized cardigan for something more outdoor appropriate. His eyes tracked mine, his shoulders stiffening as a tint spread across his face. So, shall we? He opened the door and waved me out. I stepped outside to glance around his front yard. The landscape wasn't anything special. It was actually left quite plain, just thick with trees and foliage. Only paths of dirt and flattened grass clued me in on routes Mychael would use as he comes and goes, webbing in all directions, trailing to the front door. Come to think of it, anyone passing through would be able to spot Mychael's house if they squinted through the trees carefully enough. I guess he was right that nobody's walked through this area in years. I heard a lock turn before Mychael joined me by my side. He smiled wide before tipping his head in the direction, making sure I was behind him before he started walking. I was hesitant, but he followed suit. It was quiet as we traveled, save for the sounds of nature calling out around us. Oh yeah, the part with the bunny. I think that's later on, though. The weather was bright and warm, the sun casting pretty rays through the gaps in the trees. I had to admit, enjoyable as it was, the bird calls and rustling of leaves as we walked somewhat brought bad memories. Yesterday was miserable. I was lost, tired, and hungry. There was a chance I wasn't going to make it out alive. I watched Mychael's back as he led the way, the man barely paying any mind to his surroundings. His ear would occasionally flick back in my direction, but overall he seemed confident on where to go. Oh, maybe I do need to get a Halls or a Lodgins or something. Oh no. Gotcha, Queen. No, lion hasn't infected us all. That crossbow ain't the only thing on him that's big. Ah! You know, maybe it is some mild form of asthma. Bobby, I'm not sure. Oh, but when the weather gets hot, I know it gets really bad. Having Mychael as my guide home was definitely a great assurance. It made me even more grateful he'd found me when he did. I sighed and shook off the negative feelings, keeping pace while appreciating the fresh air. I stepped up next to my companion, willing my voice to speak after plenty of silence. This is actually kind of nice. A good nature walk. I coughed into my fist, feeling embarrassed. I don't go outside as often as I should. Mychael smiled kindly. I'm glad I get to bring you then. Yeah, feels different when you know where you're going. Actually, where are we going? My voice. My voice keeps cracking and I don't know why. Yeah, where are we going? He sensed my nervousness and laughed. Don't worry, we're almost there. I looked up and saw it before he even pointed it out. Oh, I just remember what kind of flowers these are. A clearing in the distance, the trees growing strangely sparse in that area. I held my breath as I noticed the grass slowly started to dot with flowers, delicate blooms swaying here and there in the breeze. As we got closer, Mychael watched me as my mouth dropped open, a knowing twinkle in his eyes. It was breathtaking.
Oh.
A secluded little meadow of flowers lit up beams of light, making the scenery resemble a page from a forgotten fairy tale. Butterflies. Butterflies flitted about in pairs, their wings flickering and complementing the surreal yet enchanting ambience of the whole place.
Oh, I bet that's pretty. I want to go there.
Mychael let me gawk some more before walking ahead, turning to face me before sitting down to relax on the grass. He slipped off his satchel and laid it onto the grass by his side along with his crossbow. I blinked out of my stupor and approached him, spinning around to drink everything in before plopping myself down next to him. So, what do you think? Pretty, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
I nodded dumbly before now that I think about it, when we're talking about butterflies, he does kind of reveal a bit more lore. You know what, Adele was definitely not here. I'm not sure. I have been drinking some water. It's like there's mucus in my throat. Yeah, I didn't even record today. Come on, voice. All right, if my voice starts cracking again, I'm gonna go get some like lemon honey water or something. I nodded dumbly before finally glancing to face him, the man's gaze on me softening as our eyes met. A butterfly approached us rapidly, making me flinch on instinct. It landed on his finger as he held it out, its wings flapping gently. He smiled at the dainty creature, a fond look in his eyes, before he held it out towards me. Do you like butterflies, Espoir? I can't remember what does what, but do we like butterflies? I love butterflies. I think they're okay. I'm scared of them. Yeah, another good thing. Wait, who said that? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? The puppeteer's puppet. Why does he hate himself so much, too? Like me, I do love butterflies. Exactly, Rainbow Factory Taylor. I can't remember if they subtly reference that SpongeBob episode where they all ran away from a butterfly. I've also heard the butterflies, they when they land on you, they're like drinking up the sweat on you. They're like trying to eat you or something. Aw, that's so cute. Thank you, Julia Newson. You know what? Adele was definitely not here. I'm not sure. So the weather's getting hot and it's getting moist and it just rained. So I think that created like some mucus in my throat. But we're getting close to the end. I think I'm only gonna be able to do up to 3 hours for today's stream. I don't know what's going on. That is a good point, Gotcha Queen. Like, maybe he doesn't like himself because if we're going with the experiment theory that he was treated poorly, but he would remember, like, other people in his life, right? Oh no! Puppeteer's puppet, I hope I don't end up with a cold. You know, I thought I had a cold a few days ago. Oh, thank you, Blueberry Bunny. I still want to be able to read this nicely for you guys, without coughing all the time. Yeah. Where did I hear that? I think it was on some science show, where it tells you more about butterflies and how they're like drinking up the sweat when they land on you or something. But I think he dropped some lore somewhere. I can't remember. Yeah, that could be it too, Gotcha Queen. Maybe he doesn't want to remember and he's forcing himself not to remember. Oh yeah, that's another good thing, Smooth Illustrated. Maybe he took the cabin from someone who didn't react well to his appearance? It's alright, Honey Pie. Thank you so much for coming. I think we're going to be wrapping up soon, too. I think either we're nearing the end or that we have one more day with Mychael. He's a mushroom with legs. Okay, love butterflies? Okay. I love butterflies, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I heard that too, Sleepy Bug. Their butterflies are actually pretty terrifying. They swarm carcasses, feces, and other stuff like that. They're just flies with a better costume. Oh, the puppeteer's puppet, you just got here? Yeah, we collectively love butterflies. I do. I think they're so pretty. Aside from, the things that they eat. This is amazing, Mychael. His usual prideful smirk was absent, replaced instead with a shy smile. I'm glad you like it. The sun was at its peak now, the air getting warmer as minutes passed. The leafy canopy over us provided enough cover for us to not overheat. Mychael picked a flower with his other hand and placed it in my palm, his tail looping loosely around us both as my cheeks darkened. Aww. He closed his eyes and leaned back further, the butterfly still resting on his hand. My ears caught a soft rumbling. I forgot that he could purr. Cat! He's a cat! Confirmed! He's a kitty cat! Why did I not see the signs? Unless... I don't know. But he's purring! My ears caught a soft rumbling before I realized it was coming from his direction. I almost wanted to ask, but I didn't want to ruin the moment. My gaze dropped as I twirled the flower in my hand, holding the stem delicately. The gesture felt platonic, but also romantic. I wonder if Mychael was even interested in relationships. He'd been alone most of his life. He'd probably get tired of my presence sooner or later. Before I could contemplate further, the butterfly on Mychael's finger took off, my gaze trailing after it as it left the sunlight and flew away into the woods. Which reminds me, Mychael, are you purring? Right, I'll be right back. I am gonna get some lemon water, because this coughing is getting on my nerves. Oh, that's good. That's also a good point, Gotcha Queen. And if we remember the face he made when we asked him about how he started out before finding his cabin, he scowled when remembering his past. Maybe that was him remembering those days. Oh, hello, Heart, Poi Poi. Yeah, so as we were playing this, we were thinking out theories, and there's a lot of things that Mychael does that are very cat-like. I don't know if he ate Daisy, though. I don't know if he ate our cat. Cause I'd like to believe that the mushrooms did, but I'll be right back. I'll only be like a minute, cause I gotta do something about this cough. This is starting to get on my nerves. I will leave you with Michael's purring. Excuse me, Daisy. Sorry.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Hey.
Sorry about that. And an opportunity for me to show off my kitty cat mug. My favorite mug. Yeah, I think it's just like my allergies or something. Wait, what? Wait, what? Who's going in? What? What did I miss? Ow. Phew. Aw. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. I want to show you my kitty cat mug. It's got a little kitty cat thing on it. I just made myself some throat-soothing ginger tea with honey and lemon. Hopefully I don't spill it on myself. That would be unfortunate. Oh, a little better. What? Pineapple and pizza? I don't mind that. Yeah, Hawaiian pizza. It's a ham, pineapple, and something else. So hopefully that helps. So I actually got it I got a blue one from my mom. I think she got it from a site like AliExpress, and I accidentally broke it. So my husband got me this one from Amazon, but I think you can also get them on AliExpress. I love all these theories. That's a good point, Rookie Tales. If we go back to the idea that he could be a mutation, though maybe he wasn't a human but a cat, since he keeps showing signs of cat-related stuff. Yeah, his eyes are kind of cat-like too. And Gotcha Queen says, and that could tie into why he asked us what we think about family. What if he wasn't from a good family as a human? Said family giving him to the scientist as a child. That's what I think too, Blueberry Bunny. What if Mychael was a human, but accidentally ate one of the mushrooms that turned Daisy into that? And it, like, infected his body and, like, got sentience. These are all neat theories, and then the actual reason is gonna come out, and we were all collectively wrong. Yeah, I think that too, Lazy Speedster. Maybe his genetics are spliced from a bunch of different things, because he's definitely humanoid, and he's definitely mushroom-y because of his spore kind of ability. But he's also been showing a lot of things that cats do. So I don't know. The experiment theory is starting to seem more clearer. Dang it. I only choked a little bit. Whew. I'm okay. I'm alright. Don't phone the fire department. My allergies. Why do you do this to me? I'm okay. I'm okay. Whew. That would not be cool if I just choked on camera live. That would... goodness, I don't think I made it worse. I hope I didn't. I'm not choking, but I'm using that advice.
I'll be careful. I'm sorry if I worried you. Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, I just drank a little bit too fast, and I didn't realize how hot it was. I also don't actually use this mug very much, so it came out a lot faster than I expected. I'm okay. I'm okay. Ooh, there's Mychael lore on the creator's Tumblr? Do I sound worse? Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Smooth Illustrated Espoir died live while flirting. It's how she wanted to go out. No. I think I've got another century or two in me. Yeah, this feels like my allergies when my throat gets all moist. And I get like a tickle in my throat. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts your throat more when you cough hard. It just feels like a moisture in my throat. I just want to get through this. Poor Michael's sitting there. He's like, it's alright, you can stay here. Or he could be from another dimension. That could be a thing too. Adele was definitely not here. Oh, absolutely. Even if it's not true, Gotcha Queen, you can turn that into a fanfic. You could turn that into an original character. Come on, ginger tea. Work your magic. I think I just drank it too fast. I didn't get the reference. Adele was definitely not here. Was it the other dimension reference? Carmelo candy? Ooh. Don't worry, I won't die Shiny Pearl. At least not on camera. And at least not for another 100 years. What if he is from another planet? Planet, like Pancake Paws says. Oh, thank you, Wolf on Paws. This shirt is from AliExpress. Oh, it's from, Adele. The line was, from Star vs. the Forces of Evil. I really like that show, but I have not watched it yet. I even bought a book about all the different queens and their wands, but I have not watched all... I don't think I've watched more than one episode of Star vs. the Forces of Evil. It looks like a really cool show, and I wanted to watch it. I just never had the time. Alright, let's see if I can get through this without choking. What were we talking about, Michael? Don't get me wrong. This place is stunning. But is it okay if we go now? He straightened from his relaxed slouch. Why? We just got here. I chewed my lip, hesitating. Put this fan over here so it's not so loud. I love it here. I do. But I want to go home, Michael. Michael studied my face. Espoir, do you want to leave me that badly? No. What? No. I need time to recover from losing Daisy. What do you mean? Daisy's right over there. I know it's silly and dramatic, but knowing she won't be there when I get home... I trailed off, another shot of guilt and regret filling my chest. I just need to get it done with. I feel a hand rubbing my back. Michael nodded slowly, looking me in the eyes. His smile was gentle. That's okay. I understand. Ah! Michael! again. He's doing the gaslight gas. The gaslight gas. But maybe this place can help with that. It's a nice spot to nap in, isn't it? I picked it out just for you. Why don't you go ahead and lie down? His words made you sway, a sudden bout of sleepiness weighing heavily over your eyelids. He was right. It is a nice spot to nap in. Why were you in such a hurry? You yawned, laying back to stretch in the grass. The warmth from the ground seeped through your clothes, lulling you into a sense of comfort and safety. There you go. Just spend time with me. Just a bit more, please. Mychael! Dang it, it's not working. Mychael, you need to stop that gaslight gas. Oh, here's something else I could show you. He reached into his satchel. Oh yeah, his kalimba. And pulled out a wooden box. It's called a kalimba. I blinked slowly, clarity coming back as I shook my head to pay attention. The box fit neatly into his hands, Mychael holding it as if he were typing on a phone. I could see it had a hole in the middle, with thin strips of metal arranged in a triangular shape over it. Well, what does it do? A proud smirk spread across his face. I'll show you. He began to pluck at the metallic prongs, a gentle ringing sound resonating with every flick of his thumbs. I couldn't recognize the song. He might have made it up himself. I closed my eyes, enjoying the tune. Mychael gave a soft chuckle as he kept playing. Relax and listen as long as you like, Firefly. Sleepy Buggy, you'll have to show me your kalimba, and I can show you my kalimba, because I also have a kalimba. You know, maybe I should take this off. Pretty as it is. All right. I'm starting to get worried about this cough. Oh man, did I catch a cold? What in the world? Oh, Shiny Pearl has to go. Bye. Thank you for coming. I think I saw it. That maybe he doesn't want us to leave because his family left him with the scientists as a child. And he has abandonment issues. Yeah, I think my allergies just came in like, all right, time to make you suffer. Because I'm getting all hot and sweaty. Yeah, don't worry. After this, I will definitely rest. In fact, I've got the air conditioning on in my bedroom right now. This is really calming, Blueberry Bunny. Benadryl and a hot bath. Thank you, sweet tea. I think I'm not allowed to take Benadryl. I think, Benadryl makes me really, really sick. Did I take my allergy medicine this morning? Yep, I remember to take my allergy medicine this morning. I did take a break, Rookie Tales, and we're almost done. does sound like Minecraft music, Miko the silly goober. I know, Rookie, and I know Sleepybug would probably scold me too, but I think we're almost done. I think I can get through it. A few minutes passed by, with Mychael plucking away at the instrument, the two of us sunbathing like two cats. On a Sunday afternoon. There's another reference to cats! I must have dozed as the next thing I knew, I felt a nudge on my shoulder. Comfy? He chuckled low when I refused to open my eyes. I mean, if you'd rather stay. Hey! My eyes shot open, my whole body jerking to sit up. Mychael glanced at me, kalimba in his lap, and half a forget-me-not chain in his hands. Oh, forget-me-not. Oh. What? I shook my head, slapping at my cheeks. I can't believe I fell asleep to that beautiful Minecraft music. I just need... It's all right. He cut me off. His sigh was heavy. I was hoping... Never mind. He patted my shoulder, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Thanks for being here with me. Maybe we can do this again sometime, if I ever see you again. Mychael, you're not that far into the forest. We'll come back, we'll find you. Let's get you home. He rolled over to his feet and stood up, brushing off dirt and fixing his satchel. Come on. We gathered our things and set off into the unknown once more. Well, unknown to me, at least. Mychael seemed to have a map of this place ingrained in his brain. You seem... You seem a bit sleepy still, so let's freshen up, okay? We walked a bit further away from the clearing, coming across a river. Compared to the rest of the path we walked, the area was shaded considerably with a thick canopy of leaves over us. The flowing water looked inviting as I kneeled down by the bank, Mychael idling close by. I dipped my hands in, eager to wash my face. The water was refreshing and cooled my heated skin in the afternoon sun. Oh, I bet that feels amazing. I think he did, Sleepybug. I think he did a manipulation again. Exactly. He hoped we would forget what we were doing. I pulled my hands back to see Mychael peeking over my shoulder into my reflection, smiling with a faraway look on his face. Aww. Ugh. It's getting all sweaty in here. He startled as our gazes met, irises darting away to look at himself instead. Aww. Immediately, his expression changed. His ears flattened, a grimace twisting his features as his lips curled back. I'd never seen such a contempt in his eyes as I did then, staring at his own visage. So he really hates how he looks, almost as if he was a human who now doesn't like how he looks now. Yeah, it could be the experiment theory. Like maybe some scientist looked at those mushrooms and says, "Hey, what if we put those mushrooms in a human or something?" Ugh, my nose. I'd never seen such contempt in his eyes as I did then, staring at his own visage. He stepped away, retreating underneath the cover of a tree to lean against it with crossed arms. He didn't notice me watching. I patted my hands dry on my shirt and approached him. "You ready?"
"Yeah."
I stopped him before he could turn to leave. He looked at me with a questioning look, tipping his head. Ooh, yeah, I think I need some allergy medicine and a nap after this. I hesitated. I wasn't the type to speak my mind directly. Most of the time, I'd keep things to myself and let things go by. But nobody should look at themselves and have that sort of reaction. "Hey, you know you're not, I might as well be frank. You're not a monster, Mychael." He looked taken aback. "What makes you say that?" "I saw how you were looking at yourself." "How you talk about yourself. None of it is true. I keep telling you, you're more than just your appearance." I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I did it anyway. I reached for his hands and held them between us. His eyes widened at the contact. "All it took was a day with you, and truthfully, I think you're the most amazing person I've ever met." He made a choked noise. I'm just some old nobody compared to you." That's not..." "Shut up and listen." He promptly shut his mouth with an audible click of his teeth. From where I sit... Aww. From where I stand, you saved my life. You've taken care of me better than I could ever ask for from a stranger. That already proves to me you're not the monster you think you are. You're charming. You're smart. You're sweet. Oh, this really does sound like Minecraft music. You're a million more wonderful things, but you're not a monster. I take a second to compose myself, lowering my voice. You may look different, Mychael, but guess what? His multiple eyes stared into mine, eyes flattening as if fearing the worst. That makes you all the more beautiful to me. If he wasn't in love before, if he wasn't in love before, he's in love now. His breath hitched. I could feel his hands squeezing mine, fingers trembling. It was like he forgot how to breathe. Mychael? Mychael? I realized my hands were getting sweaty. I don't like that long pause, Mychael. I pulled away hastily, scratching at my neck and avoiding his gaze. I could feel the blood rush to my face. I could dunk my whole head in the river, and it would probably let off steam. Just realizing I don't got my phone near me. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. It just didn't feel right if I didn't say anything. I hope you understand. You are a sweet baby, and you will get lots and lots of smooches. An awkward silence passed between the two of us. Anyways, I caught him mumbling under his breath. I can't let you leave. Aww. What? I said, you can't leave. I mean, not without your cat, right? I frowned. I've already tried, Mychael. Like you said, it was stupid for me to just wander off in the woods as if I'd find her through dumb luck. She's over there. He paused, his fists clenching. But I haven't. I haven't tried. I know these woods better than anyone. I can try looking for her, but that means you can't leave yet. Mychael, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think I should stick around any longer. Uh-oh. I have a job, and responsibilities, and bills to pay. The tax people are gonna come to the forest looking for me. And... Ow! You hissed in pain, a sudden migraine overcoming your senses. You felt sick, your stomach wringing itself into knots. It felt like the world was warping around you as your legs wobbled. Your body buckled over as you resisted the urge to vomit. Ah! Thanks for the jump scare, Mychael. Mychael caught you as you slumped gracelessly to the ground, your head resting on his shoulder as he cradled you close. Hey, you don't look so good. Your vision doubled as he spoke, his speech oozing together words into an indecipherable mess. Are you okay? You need me to carry you home?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. Just hang in there. Hang on to me. Just imagine that I put some kind of super warbly echo effect on there.
Oh, call me Anna. You fell asleep? Well, this is really soothing.
Yeah, he's catnapping us. Catnap pink gas. Yeah, exactly, Zarabeth, a mix of mad and disappointed. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You don't deserve this. If I could just one more day with you, I'd be the happiest man alive. Here we are. Let's get you tucked in. I should give you some clothes, especially since you'll be staying another night. You're okay with that, aren't you?
I don't know, Mychael. Am I?
I blinked groggily, awake to the gentle sounds of a crackling fire. The itchy texture of warm, worn bed sheets, the weight of a heavy knit blanket. I could recall once or twice having felt these very sensations, to the point I'd consider them familiar and comforting. And yet...
Ah! Mychael! Mychael, I'm gonna have to ask you to not do that.
Nothing could prepare me for the bright yellow eyes peering into mine. Cut that out, or I'm gonna smooch you. My knuckles hit him square in the face as Mychael yelped, nose scrunching as the taller man stumbled backwards onto a stool. You come in my face, you're gonna get one of two things. You're gonna get punched or you're gonna get smooched. He landed on his rear with the grace of a clumsy toddler on the floor. I sat up in a panic and immediately grimaced, landing back on the bed with an unceremonious flop. It hit me in one fell swoop how my whole body was aching. Every single one of my limbs felt like they'd gone through a wringer and came out the other side all crinkled and wrong. Ugh. I groaned aloud, leaning my head back under the pillow. Well, that's what you get, Mychael, for the thing that I don't realize that you just did. Mychael shifted back onto his feet, rubbing his nose. His voice was an awkward croak before he cleared his throat. I'm glad you're awake. How are you feeling? Terrible. You're gonna give us brain damage, Mychael, with all your gaslight catnap gas. He visibly flinched. I'm sorry to hear that. Why don't you explain how I got in this position, Mychael? Why don't you explain what happened? I'm sorry, Blueberry Bunny, but in this instant, the baby needed to be hit. he needed a very small wallop. He did the catnap gas until we had a migraine. I'm never gonna stop calling it the catnap gas. He stepped closer to the bed, leaning over warily in case my hand dramatically whips out again in self-defense. With my hand settled on my lap, he deemed it safe enough to sit beside me. What happened, Mychael? Oh wait, I think he does come clean about what happened. You don't remember? I shook my head, wincing a bit as my head pounded. Not at all. Mychael hesitated, You tripped and hit your head. I had to carry you home?
His words almost slurred together as he fidgeted. My head? I slowly lifted my hand to feel for bumps or bruises, but he hastily snatched my wrist.
Don't worry about that. Here, have this. It'll help.
Mychael gave me a familiar-looking drink as he quickly pressed a cup into my hands. Sitting up with some effort to take a sip, I couldn't help the small sense of déjà vu. What exactly is in that berry juice? The amount of times I've woken up on his bed, dazed and disoriented, is almost uncomfortable now. At least the drink was helping, just like he promised. My body felt lighter as I finished. Mychael took the cup from me and set it aside before wringing his hands together with a nervousness I hadn't seen in a while.
So, I'm sorry this happened. I didn't mean for you to get hurt.
I sighed and waved aside his worry with an embarrassed grumble. Wouldn't be the first time I tripped, if you could believe it. It's not your fault. He gave a soft chuckle, but it sounded guilty.
I suppose you're right. It's just...
His face looked like it had a million thoughts running through his head.
I promised, didn't I? I said I was gonna look out for you. I said I was gonna keep you safe. Instead, I made you hurt.
His voice cracked.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Espoir.
The sudden change in demeanor was startling, to say the least. You couldn't have predicted it was going to happen, and I'm fine, see?
Just a little brain fog. Oh, Firefly, I guess you're right.
His expression carried a lingering doubt, but he quickly masked it with a small smile, his eyes dim.
In that case, you'll be staying?
The way he said it almost sounded like a decision that's already been made, or a plea. What do you mean? His eyes darted aside.
Oh yeah, I can't remember how you get it, but, oh yeah, exactly, Zarabeth, the Undertale song, New Home, is playing, should be playing. There's one ending where he does the purple gas, the catnap gas so hard that you like completely lose your memory and you just think you've been living with Mychael your whole life. He just completely takes away your mind. It's really sad, and he's sad about it. I don't even remember how you get that ending. You agreed to let me find Daisy, remember?
Did I say that? Did we say that?
Yeah. So, you'll be staying a while longer, right?
He didn't even let me get a word in. In fact,
Why is the music getting scary?
In fact, a feeling of uncertainty washed over me, as if we've had this conversation before. I didn't think...
Besides, what's the rush? It's already late and you're in no condition to travel anyway.
I blinked before glancing out the window. Pitch-black darkness greeted me as I realized he was right. Yet another uncanny feeling spread through my chest, shivers crawling down my spine. I don't know why, but something about this whole situation felt wrong. I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Mychael had a nervous look on his face.
Maybe you hit your head harder than you thought.
His words didn't sound confident. How long was I out?
A couple hours, I think. You, really took a hit.
Yeah, a hit of your catnap gas. It was that bad? My brows creased as I tried to recall today's events. But I don't remember tripping. There was a river. I remember you. And then...
Your memory must be fuzzy, and for good reason. After all, it's been a rough day.
My stomach rumbled suddenly, echoing in the quiet room. I hungies! Time for nom-noms! There was a heavy silence right after. Mychael was polite enough to hide his chuckle under a palm as I flushed. He seemed relieved,
Yeah, you didn't have to use the catnap gas on me. Well, lucky for you, I've got dinner on the way. It should be ready soon. You're okay with soup, right?
Soup? Soup sounds all right.
My stomach growled once more, the pain of an empty gut making me wince a bit. My host noticed immediately. Oh, maybe we should get you some food sooner than later. Do you feel okay enough to get up? I nodded with a grumble, swinging my legs over the side of the bed before noticing something was on my lap.
Wait, what's this? Oh!
I unbundled the pile of thick fabric, realizing it was an oversized sweater with a pair of baggy sweatpants. A mushroom pattern?
Oh,
That's oddly cute. The material felt worn, but comfortable. A towel laid right next to them.
is this for me?
Oh, I figured since you'll be staying another night, you'd want some fresh clothes. They might be a few sizes bigger. Or a lot. Sorry. He'd gotten shy for some reason. On the other hand, I didn't have to take a whiff at myself to know I probably reek. Time to use that cute little bath. I nodded again, giving him a small but grateful smile.
They're fine, Mychael. Thank you.
Yet another thing I had to owe him. I couldn't help feeling like I'm taking advantage of his kindness now. So, you know where the bathroom is. Take your time cleaning up. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything. I'm really happy you're here. He stood there for a good few seconds, fidgeting with his hands as if he wanted to say more before finally heading to the kitchen. I watched his back retreat before hoisting myself up and heading to the bathroom. Aw. Oh, we'll see, Busy Bee. Thank you for coming. I think we've got like one more day to do. Quick, climb out the bathroom window. Is there a bathroom window? There is. I don't know. I don't think that would be a good idea, Lazy Speedster, because then we'd be lost in the forest again and we'd end up in the mushrooms. Now that I was alone, I had a moment to gather my thoughts. The nagging feeling was back, a prickling feeling across my skin, raising goosebumps as if to tell me I shouldn't be here. I just couldn't place my finger on what. I should be careful? I was probably just being paranoid. Too delulu or not too delulu? Too delulu. I don't remember what does what, but I know this is kind of important. I was probably just being paranoid. Just being... Which one should we choose? I don't remember what leads where. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get any kind of bad ending. Because you really got to try to get the bad ending. Because, saying you should be careful, like, starts to sow seeds of doubt. While saying, I was just being paranoid, means that you still trust him a little bit. So far it looks like I'm just being paranoid has the most votes. Yeah, if you choose you should be careful. Also put a save here. I don't know if we'll have time to go back to it. I'm starting to get tired. But in my video, so Sleepybug, there is a second ending. So there's like so when you part ways with Mychael, I don't think if we choose being careful we'll get the bad ending. But I know if you do try to get the bad ending and like choose all the options where you don't trust him, he'll like, you'll like leave and forget all about him and you'll like lose your memories of Mychael. It's very sad. This developer really knows how to make sad stories. Miko, there's a wasp in your room. I don't think you should name him. Oh, really? I haven't played that, actually. Thank you, Rookie Tales. People think Alma from Lift Your Spirits might be in day 4 of Mushroom Oasis. I have not played that. I have not played that. I think I should go back and play that. I think Epic Lion played that years ago. Stinger. Bart. Larry Bart. I don't think you should name the wasp. I don't know. I'm terrified of bees. I'm in my late 30s and I'm only just now getting over my fear of any kind of bee. Like, it's a bumblebee. She's doing her job. She's not worried about you. But a wasp? You should be scared of a wasp. Larry Bart Jr. That's a cute name. I would still run away from it. Larry Bart Jr., I'm sorry, I don't want nothing to do with you. Yeah, exactly, Jazzy Hearts. If you choose the option... Excuse me, goodness. If you choose the option to be careful, and then you choose the other options where you're suspicious of Mychael, you'll get the bad ending, which is very heart-wrenching and sad. And I think I did something in the editing of my previous video when I played day 3, to make it extra sad. You should name the wasp Ouch. I've never been stung by anything, but I'm terribly frightened of them. From what I've heard, like, the fatter the bee, the more harmless it is or something, but don't quote me on that. That's just something I learned heard in my teens. I don't know if that's true. Flower Petals 21, did you bring enough ice cream for the class? It's alright, you enjoy your ice cream. So we're just being paranoid? Alright. In this instance, it's not Delulu, but also we don't want the bad ending. So, yeah, I was probably just being paranoid. It's fine. It's fine. There's no way he'd use the catnap gas on me. Then again, it's been a while since I've showered, so I could chalk it up to dirt accumulating on me and making me itch in places I didn't want to think about. The music is all happy and lighthearted right now. I think as soon as you choose the be careful option, the music switches to something scary. After undressing, I folded my clothes so I could place them in my backpack later before turning on the shower. Why does this song also sound louder than they normally are? The water was ice cold. My teeth chattered as I cleaned myself as fast as I could, using some scentless soap by the side of the tub. Dressing myself again, I wrung out my hair as best as I could before drying it with the towel. Putting on the clothes Mychael provided, I felt like I had shrunk in size. I'm telling you, wearing shirts that are like 4 times bigger than your size is so comfortable. I adjusted the sleeves and waistband to my liking with some struggling, so just my hands and feet could poke out of the holes comfortably. I couldn't help noticing his clothes smelled like freshly cut grass, with a smoky hint of a woodsy bonfire. Oh, the scent reminded me of camping in the summer. Persistent doubt aside, I definitely felt way better compared to when I woke up. Stepping out, I could smell something good coming from the kitchen. A gentle humming greeted me as I came through the doorway. Mychael was idly stirring a pot by the stove, looking up at me as I entered the kitchen. Whatever you had in that pot made my stomach grumble yet again. His ears flicked as he registered the clothing I was wearing. Oh, how do they fit? I shrugged. They're definitely bigger on me. He nodded, turning back to the pot. I can see that. I wasn't sure what you normally wear, so I went with whatever I had that was... He struggled to pick a word. Coziest? I gave a hum of agreement, fiddling with the hem of his sweater. Goof around? Flirt? We want to flirt, don't we? Don't we? I'm sure everyone can agree that we want to flirt. Hee. Flirt. Was I really about to do this? I guess I was! With the confidence of a courting peacock with nothing to lose, I leaned against the doorway, making sure to prop my hip in just the right angle against the edge. I think, doesn't it completely go over his head? I think I look good in your clothes. Maybe I should wear them more often. With how baggy the clothes were on me, I probably looked closer to a sentient sack of potatoes than a human being. Mychael must have sensed something was different with my tone, as he gave a confused chuckle, with his tail noticeably swishing side to side. I guess you could. Though I'm pretty sure most of them won't fit right. Undeterred, I continued on. I could help find something more... comfortable. I sent the smoothest wink I could muster. Wink. Nailed it. He seemed to consider my offer. I thought I found the right outfit, but you can look through the closet for something you like now that you're awake. Mychael. Do you have something in your eye? I straightened subtly. I'm just trying something, I guess. Trying what? Never mind. What's cooking, good looking? Against all odds, his cheeks actually began to color, his hands stirring the pot, faltering for a brief second. What? Wait, this might actually work. I bolstered my efforts, leaning forward with another smile. You heard me. You said... He hesitated to repeat it. Well, maybe you should get your eyes checked. Yeah, this was a terrible idea. No, it was a great idea. I cleared my throat awkwardly. Thank you for the clothes. He must have sensed something wrong again, as he quickly tried to salvage whatever the heck was going on. For what it's worth, you look very... Ketetrichian? Yeah, let's go with that. Whatever it was he said sounded like several strange clicks of the tongue. I wonder if this could be another theory of the clue. Does this look like any kind of language or anything? Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's any kind of clue. Whatever it was he said sounded like several strange clicks of the tongue, but with vowels. Somehow. What? He huffed, tail wagging side to side like a metronome. It means... He trailed off. I guess, in your language, it would mean, cute? My smile faltered as he fidgeted. We stared at each other. Aww. I might actually have a chance? The color on his face was closer to a blueberry the longer I looked at him. There was an awful, awkward tension before I broke it with a nervous laugh. Cute? Oh, he's even bluer. In fact, I could swear I heard him whimper in panic. The situation was so absurd, I had to laugh harder. Was that so hard to say? He sputtered. I didn't think you'd be comfortable with me saying it. Why not? Well, you know. What do I know? You seem to overestimate how much I know. My grin was teasing, and he picked up on that quickly, his nervousness dissipating as he gave a sharp huff. His hand stirred the pot faster. So I called you cute. It's not a big deal. Then why's your face so blue like it is? He made another choking noise, eyes darting about. It's the heat from the stove. I'm cooking my best here. I snickered at his terrible excuse. You're a bad liar. But it's true. Stovetops don't do that. Mine does. A glaring contest ensued before we ended up bursting into a fit of giggles, my face warming from the silly banter. The kettle started whistling then, cutting our moment short. He seemed disappointed by the shift in the atmosphere, but quickly moved to pick it up. Why don't you take a seat, Firefly? I'll be right with you. He was already turning his back towards me to start preparing the tea. I slowly approached him. Hey, let me help this time. Mychael startled, surprised to see me beside him. Oh, sure. Could you get some bowls ready? We're having tomato soup. Ooh. Oh, do you like some grilled cheese with yours, or would you prefer garlic bread? Now this doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I'm just wondering how many people like, just curious as to how many people like grilled cheese or garlic bread or neither with their tomato soup. Yeah, the heating teapot was symbolic. Yeah, lots of grilled cheese people. It's all right, Miko the silly goober. Larry Bart Jr. has learned all they could learn, and they are now off to new horizons. Yeah, I think grilled cheese goes best with it. I don't think I've ever heard garlic bread with tomato soup, but however, that does sound amazing. Papa, you've never had garlic bread? It's hard to find a good garlic bread. I can't remember what store I got it from, but there's like this frozen box of garlic bread called Texas Toast or something. And you put it in the oven, and it gets all nice and soft, and it's like the best homemade garlic bread I've ever had. Yeah, fact, grilled cheese is best for tomato soup. Oh, really, Miko the silly goober? That wasp was in your room for 3 days? That's a hearty... You might need to check if there's a nest nearby. I don't think you want more Larry Juniors in there. If you can, Zarabeth, you should definitely try grilled cheese with tomato soup. It's really good. Thank you, Rainbow Factory Tyler. To give me a heads up before I play the chapter 2 of Mint Hint. Recommend playing the first one and do a part 2 for chapter 2. Alright, let me write that down because I know I'm going to forget. I know I wrote down Mint Hint before. Where'd I put? Yeah, there it is. Okie dokie, I still have a long list of games to play. Let's see. Chapter 1 and 2 own video. Okay. hoping that this year when, if my garden does well, I'll grow lots and lots of tomatoes so I can make like a homemade, soup. Alright, grilled cheese. Alright, it's pretty split. And if you don't like either, that's fine too. I was just very curious. Grilled cheese, please. Got it. Oh boy. And also my tummy's been acting weird. Oh, I hope I'm not sick. I brushed past him, feeling his tail linger by my ankle as I grabbed the bowls and spoons from the bottom shelf. He started preparing the sides, the smell of toasted bread filling the kitchen and mingling with the soups. I took over preparing the tea. Finally, I ladled the soup from the pot into a larger bowl, just as Mychael finished flipping the last piece. Oh! We settled in for a nice hot dinner. Oh, he's got the basil on top of the soup. Regardless of how I felt about tomato soup, Mychael's turned out rich and creamy, with an amazing balance of sweet and sour. Dipping in the bite-sized grilled cheese sandwiches made it taste like pure savory comfort, crisp and gooey. I have got to find a place to get some, like the only place that makes a tomato soup I really like is Noodles and Company, and there's not one where I live anymore. I love their tomato soup. Even if I've never had it as a kid, it still made me feel nostalgic somehow. There's still a feeling of stilted awkwardness from all that flirting, but the food helped ease us both into a warmer, light-hearted conversation. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I refilled my bowl, Mychael watching me with his chin propped in his hand. His own bowl sat empty. Apparently he'd already had his fill. Is tomato soup your favorite? His question was innocent, though his eyes were observing me carefully as I shrugged. I think I'd love anything you cook. He stilled, taking a second to process what I said. Oh, well, thank you. No, thank you. Usually I get takeout or microwave dinners. Nothing beats home-cooked food. Especially grown from your own garden. What's a microwave? I snickered and tried to explain it the best I can. A metal box that heats up food? That sounds like... what's the word in those fantasy books? Magic? Am I using that word right? I laughed lightly. Sometimes science is just like that. We talked about other kitchen appliances off the top of my head, slowly branching out to the other human inventions. Wait till you learn about a mixer. He seemed even more interested. I never understood how, technology? Technology worked. I pulled out my phone and let him fiddle with it, though with the battery dead, there's not much I could show. He was clearly disappointed. It's about as useful as a brick. Well, yeah, if somebody's messing with you and you got a dead phone, you could, cream them in the head with your phone, I guess, like a brick. No, Miko, don't do that and move to Japan and start a new life. For now. Otherwise, I'd have a whole network of information in my hands. His eyes lit up. Like a library? And you can access it at any time as long as that bat Eerie is alive? As long as I have an internet connection. Right. Internet. I didn't know you could do that. I just see people staring at them all the time. It seemed boring. He looked at my phone again, a look of wonder on his face. Having a whole library in your hands. Everyone must be really smart then. Well, not everyone uses it like a library, more like a messaging hub? Or a source of content consumption? His ears flicked as he stared at me with a blank smile. Consumption? You can eat it? Yeah, he has no clue what I'm talking about. Mychael, stop being so precious. How do I explain to him the very concept of Web 2.0? I cleared my throat, deciding that I simply won't. Maybe I can show you what I mean someday. His eyes brightened, seeming to like that idea a lot. You mean that? I can have some? Yeah. I think it's about time you start getting a little more modern around here. No offense. Imagine what you could do with a generator. Yeah, how is it? Is everything just lit by candles? His smile widened just a tad, though there's still a cluelessness to his face that was just a little endearing. Generator? I laughed and reached across to pat his hand, a gesture that made his smile wobble. Like I said, I'll show you someday. A loud thwack sounded against the floorboards, followed by rhythmic thudding. Leaning over, I could see the tip of his tail was wagging back and forth, the tip of it slapping against the floor, almost comically. Oh, he's flapping his little tail. Aw. Mychael looked flustered as he laughed softly, pulling his hand back to rub his neck. Sorry. He looked like he had more to say, but exhaled heavily, gathering himself before tilting his chin towards my empty bowl. Are you done? I nodded as he stood and collected our dirty dishes, heading towards the sink to wash them. I followed close behind, carrying the mugs. Precious. Absolutely precious. Thank you for coming, lazy speedster. Oh, bye, Miko. Don't let your phone die. I hope you get it charged. Yeah, with all the information at the Puppeteer's Puppet, with all the information at our fingertips, you would think that more people were more wise. Oh, welcome back. Adele was definitely not here. Eh? Wait, what? Oh, me? Oh, Fox Animation's asking me, how would my boys from Picture Perfect Boyfriend react to Mychael? I think Kadzi would love him because he would think that he's some sort of plant monster, and Mychael would probably find Kadzi incredibly annoying. Yes, Adele. It's still a little bit weird. Adele was definitely not here. My throat. But I think it's a little better. I think I could finally get through this game. Vincent would be fascinated by him. John would absolutely love him because he lives out in the forest. And Ashton... I think Ashton would hate it because there's not enough technology around. But Ashino would like him because he likes being out in nature. Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm not sure how well Ashton and Mychael would get along. But that's just off the top of my head. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, I made my own visual novel called Picture Perfect Boyfriend. It is available on itch.io, and I'm currently working on the sequel called Picture Perfect Boyfriend Reboot, which I played in a live like a few weeks ago. I'm very proud of it. We made quick work of the dishes, heading back to the living room to relax. Mychael headed to his basket of knitting materials, his movements routine. I wasn't sure what to do with myself. Can you show me how to knit, Mychael? I looked over at Mychael as he pulled out the stool from the corner of the room towards the front of the fireplace. His ears flicked in my direction before he returned my glance. Do you knit? No. Can you teach me how? He gave a soft chuckle. Maybe you'll like it if you tried. Can I see what you're working on? He looked surprised, not expecting my interest. Sure, it's just something to work on in my downtime. Halfway through, I started to realize that maybe it's not really my color. Yeah, that would be... Yeah, that shade of green probably wouldn't go well with him. He lifted it up for me to see, only for my foot to kick the basket, and sent a ball of yarn rolling towards the bed. Oh yeah, the mysterious thing he has under his bed. Ah, sorry. I quickly followed after it, only to halt as I spotted something under the bed. It was glinting off the bright firelight within the room. Get your lore notepads. Approaching the bed and tilting my head lower, I could see it was a tin container the size of a shoebox. What's that? Mychael looked up. Under your bed. Is it something important? A hesitant look came across his face. Oh, just some emergency supplies. Nothing too special. I had an inkling it was something more, but I figured I'd let him keep his privacy without prying any more. Emergency supplies? If they were for medical purposes, they wouldn't be under the bed, so what kind of emergency would you be thinking about, Mychael? I see. What's in the box, Mychael? Mychael watched me for a moment or two before clearing his throat. Hey, Firefly? I've been meaning to ask. Do you remember what you said at the river? The river? You mean the river where I was supposed to have hit my head? Oh, where I tripped. I pursed my lips in thought. Not really. Everything feels fuzzy to me. He seemed disappointed. Oh, not even a little? I shook my head. Why? Did I say something stupid? Just some things. It made me happy. Oh yeah, when I said, "You're beautiful. Don't worry about it." Oh God, I think I did say something stupid. Saying how beautiful he is. Before I could ask about it, he had already gestured towards the bed. Well, you should get some sleep, Firefly. Want to wake up nice and early to find Daisy, right? The idea of looking for my cat once more made me wilt. You really think we'll find her? His face instantly changed. Mychael looked on edge, pocketing his hands. It doesn't hurt to try. But it does hurt to hope. His face twitched. Well, His ears flattened as he thought of something to say, clearly struggling. He finally opened his mouth to respond, his words slow and careful. I'm here for you. Thank you, Mychael. He nodded, a strange mixture of polite happiness and anxiety, and hidden anxiety playing across his face. He's probably not used to another person sticking around this long, let alone someone going through a loss he could care less about. Maybe it's been enough of a burden to him. Actually, can you just send me home? His brows raised, his posture straightening in surprise. Are you sure? But what about Daisy? Don't you want to see if we can find her? I found her. She's over there. She's asleep on her favorite chair. I'm sure. A look of apprehension crossed his face. But it's so soon. Daisy could be out there. Mychael, please. I can't think about her right now. I just want to go home. He fidgeted with the sleeves of his cardigan. But He looked like he had so much more to say, but whatever turmoil going on in his head was quickly swept behind a reassuring smile. Okay, get some sleep, Firefly. You've been through a lot. He went to collect his blankets again, already arranging them into a nest like the night before. The words left my mouth before I could think twice. Do you want to use the bed tonight? Ooh, scandalous. He stopped in his tracks. Oh, no, I don't mind the floor. I meant we'd be sharing. The bed. Hearing it out loud just made me want to slap myself across the face. I probably would say something like that and not even realize it. Chat, fix your posture. All right. Yeah, catnap gas incoming. We'd be sharing the bed. Mychael blinked at me before laughing lightly. My bed's too small for 2 people, don't you think? I don't think it'd be comfortable for either of us. He eyed the bed frame before looking back at me. I'll be all right. With that, he crouched on the floor and started setting up his bed, his tail swaying languidly. I lay down and faced the wall, the sharp sting of embarrassment in my chest refusing to go away. I would just say, hey, you want to share the bed, not even realizing the implications. Why did I ask that? That was so stupid. Unless there was some residual catnap gas in there. Maybe I needed a sense of comfort. Or maybe I just needed him. Whichever it was, at least he took it at face value. I wasn't sure what I'd even do if he said yes. I groaned internally and shut my eyes, willing myself to go to sleep. Mychael? You better not appear in front of me, Mychael. The last thing I heard was the gentle crackling of the fireplace, accompanied by Michael's knitting needles clinking away in the dark. Before I knew it, I could hear birds chirping outside the window. The first thing I noticed was the fire must have been out, considering I couldn't hear the familiar pop and snap that came with the room's ambience. The second thing I realized was the hand gently shaking my shoulder awake. Wake up, sleepyhead. I stirred, yawning as I sat up in bed. Mychael beamed, hand still on my shoulder. There you are. Have a good sleep? I mumbled incoherently. His smile widened into a grin as I blinked myself out of my woozy state. If I didn't know any better, he seemed to enjoy waking me up in the morning just to see my disgruntled expressions. He probably does. Breakfast is ready. Wash up and meet me in the kitchen, all right? You're not my mom. Give me a second. He took that as my assent, humming in response. Suddenly, his hand reached up to ruffle my hair, messing up my bed head further. Hey! He merely laughed at my indignant squawk before reminding me once more to get up, his steps already thudding towards the kitchen. Recovering after a moment, I stared at the wall and pondered my situation for a second as I made my way to the bathroom. He's getting way too used to this. He's gonna be really upset when we have to go. Exactly, Sleepy Bug. You wouldn't want him sleeping on the floor. That's why he needs to sleep on the bed. Really, Sleepy? You just pop right up and ready for the day when you wake up? I think I do the same thing, actually. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that is a good point, Fox Animation. Your headcanon being that Ashton would be a little fascinated because Mychael would look like a mushroom zombie like a game you know of, The Last of Us. Yeah, but he's a cute mushroom. Actually, Ashton might be interested in what those spores could do and if they could turn people into zombies. Sleepy Bug, you're a 6 a.m. chatter? That's Daisy's job. She'll wake me up by stepping on my face and meowing in my face and looking at my phone like, Daisy, it's 6 a.m. Ooh, ouch, ouch, my bones. This was the 3rd day since I left my house. I'm missing work, missing my cat, and missing my sense of direction. Well, I never had that in the first place. Ha! I gotta get back to life. My life. Today. I wonder how many days this game is supposed to have. Quietly reminding myself of my goal, I padded into the bathroom, freshened up, and joined him in the kitchen. Mychael was already seated, cutting into some pancakes. Yeah, I gotta, what time is it? For me, it's 7 o'clock. I gotta eat dinner after this. This game is making me hungry. His smile was bright as I entered the kitchen, his tail flickering closer to my seat as I sat down. Oh, a similar stack of mouth-watering pancakes was placed across him, waiting for me to dig in, though I couldn't help bring myself to muster up an appetite with so many thoughts filling my head. He seemed to notice the look on my face, laughing nervously. You look serious. Something on your mind, Firefly? I picked up my fork, twiddling with it. I'm just worried about getting home. Mychael faltered as he lifted a piece to his mouth. Oh. Oh. You're still thinking about that. He seemed annoyed, which was a first. Of course. I've been gone for 3 days. People probably think I've gone missing. His gaze lowered, almost grumbling. Is that so bad? What? Yeah, it's bad. Why do you sound like you don't even care? Mychael frowned, looking up at me now. Why do you sound like you're so desperate to leave? What? It's all you ever think about. Are you not happy here? Is it not enough? Uh-oh. I sighed, rubbing my fingers over my eyes. Mychael, we've gone over this. I've said it once and I'll say it again. You've done so much for me already. Why does it sound like the music is getting louder? Well, because the music's getting more ominous. But I can't keep pretending everything's okay here. I want to go home. I need to go home. He sucked in a deep breath, grunting something indecipherable under his breath. I only wanted to... Aww. He seemed to be battling himself before he finally sighed. I'm sorry. You're right. Of course, you're right. His tone seemed genuine, even if the hurt in his eyes was clear as day. I'll send you back today. I narrowed my eyes. I mean it this time. I promise. He said that like twice now. He held his hand over his chest. I swear on my heart. Trust him? Don't trust him? We're going on the path to trust him, right? Right? We're trusting him, right? Right? Wait, you hit him with a shoe? Oh, my nose. Wait, who got hit with a shoe? Who'd you hit with a shoe? Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be a cat nap time soon. So we are trusting him. All right, we're still trusting him. All right. You know, I think the most yandere he gets is that part by the river. Hi, person with a purple heart. Mushrooms. All right, so we'll trust you. It's okay, baby. I mean, how could I not trust him? He was my last hope. Okay. I paused for a moment before adding quickly, Thank you. He nodded and went back to eating, watching me expectantly as he took a timid bite. It was a moment before he swallowed and spoke again. Can you promise me something? His voice was quiet, and for a lack of a better word, vulnerable.
What is it?
Promise me. His mouth hung open for a second or two before he laughed. Promise you weren't lying when you said you liked my cooking.
I snorted. Are you kidding? Do I look like the kind of person to lie about food? I'm offended, Mychael. He laughed again, light and airy. But if I dared to look closer, I could tell it was fake. He probably didn't want to make our last moments tense and awkward. The least I could do was meet him halfway.
Aww.
Before long, we found ourselves walking down another path from Mychael's. The route was different today, probably because he didn't have any detours in mind. We walked in silence for a while. The only thing accompanying us were the sounds of nature and our footsteps. I couldn't tell what Mychael was thinking. I knew he wasn't the talkative type unless spoken to, but right now he seemed eerily quiet. His back was tense, eyes looking nowhere but forward. His voice was itching to say something. Or my voice. My voice was itching to say something. Anything. But it felt like the both of us had some thoughts to digest, despite it being easier to just say it out loud. Still, the silence was getting unbearable. So, we both halted in our steps at the sound of rustling, Mychael's ear perking in a direction. What was that? His hands were already raising to hold his crossbow, deftly cocking it with an experienced pull of the string until a solid click was heard. Stay quiet. Stay close. I swallowed, my heart picking up speed. He started stalking low towards the source of the noise, his boots barely making a sound compared to my clumsy footsteps. The rustling continued, sounding like a scuffle was occurring between the bushes. Closer, closer, until my ears picked up an unfamiliar high-pitched sound. It sounded like a tiny infant screaming. As morbid as that was, Mychael actually relaxed as he recognized it. His steps hastened silently towards the source, crossbow lowering, until we came across what exactly it was that caused the disturbance. Oh, a bunny. A rabbit. Its small, delicate foot snagged in an old rusted trap. Its little body trembled as it breathed fast and shallow, no doubt scared out of its mind. Mychael regarded it empathetically before unloading his crossbow, disturbed by the caught rabbit, but at the same time relieved at the absence of a threat. Just a rabbit. Sweeping his crossbow behind his back and out of sight, he looked at it for another moment before looking up towards me. Let's keep going, then. My mouth dropped in shock. I think we get a choice here. I don't know if that choice matters, though. And leave that poor thing behind? He raised a brow, confused at my bewilderment. Yes? But it's going to die. His face twisted into confusion. That's generally what happens to prey animals, yes. He was so nonchalant about it, I had to keep my emotions in check. We can't do that. Look at it. His expression was understanding, if a little annoyed. I am. Someone left a trap, a rabbit gets caught in it. That's how it works. What do you want me to do? Set it free? Obviously. He was frowning now. I can't. If someone's nearby, they'll be suspicious how their catch got free. Does that matter? Animals escape traps all the time. The poor thing is suffering. Espoir, I know you're smarter than this. If it doesn't die today, it'll die tomorrow. It's a trap. To a fox, to a hunter, to a trap, to a fox, to a hunter. It probably won't even survive long with its injured foot if we set it free. You're prolonging the inevitable. Now could he have gotten this mindset from someone else? Can't you put it out of its misery, then? He hesitated. Do you really want me to do that? No, but even then, we don't even know if anyone's coming back for it. The thing looks so old.
And you said we're really deep in the forest. He sighed impatiently, looking stubborn in his decision. That's the point of a trap. It's to keep things right where they are until you come back. The way he said it just rubbed me the wrong way. He's being realistic. He's being sadistic. Ah! Ah! Exactly, Sleepy Bug. It's the circle of life. Adele was definitely not here as cutely bashes Michael's head in since he won't save the boonie. Yeah, pretty much Michael Starlight Doe now Michael Starlight Doe now that I'm paying more attention to everything. So, is he being I don't know if this changes anything. Because on the one hand, yeah, he's being realistic, but on the other hand, we have free will and chaos, and we can let the bunny go. Oh, I missed it. Exactly, Ugly Stupid. It's the circle of life. I gotta minimize the game whenever I want to go to chat, so there's stuff passing by that I haven't even seen yet. I don't know. I don't know if you can save the bunny. I don't remember. Yeah, exactly, Flower Petals 21. Michael's having some attitude with us, but he isn't wrong. Like, if you're playing Don't Starve, the game, and you got a trap, and you finally catch a bunny in the trap, you finally have something to eat before the darkness takes you. But of course, my first instinct is to save the bunny, but then realistically, the bunny might be somebody's food. But I'm gonna go with whatever you guys choose. Oh no! Rookie's Tails, you've bonded with the bunny! Judy the Bunny, the Bonnie. So he's being realistic? Alright, yeah. Yeah, I agree. In a way, his logic made sense, but still, I could hardly believe how needlessly callous he was being. Yeah, he's being, like, extra upset about it. For someone so sweet with his hens, he was so indifferent about the poor rabbit shaking at our feet. I looked down at it once more, my heart breaking as it started to squeak. Mychael. Ugh. Listen, I don't know which one. I think this leaves the bunny. Oh, that's a really good point, Busy Bee. That's a really good point. Someone could notice the trap had been tampered with, go looking around the woods, stumble upon his cabin, and then who knows what could happen. Yeah, he's being realistic, but that doesn't mean that we can't be chaotic. Please? Please? Alright. I think maybe the dev put that second choice in there so that we wouldn't seem so heartless. But yeah, he's realistic. He's realistic. But that doesn't mean that we can't do what we want. Please? My heart was torn as the rabbit helplessly kicked its feet, its cries weakening. For a moment, I imagined Daisy being caught in a trap just like this one, left to starve and die when someone could have been there to help her.
No, we can't leave it like this. Please, Mychael.
His harsh gaze started to soften at my plea. Does it matter that much to you, Firefly? I nodded quickly without hesitation.
Please? It'll be the last time I'll ever ask for anything.
He paused for another moment before shaking his head with a defeated sigh. Somehow I doubt it's the last time. There was a smile in his voice, though. But, all right, I'll do it for you. Stand back. I have to pry it open. My gratitude was clear on my face as he pulled out a deadly-looking hunting knife from his pocket, kneeling down next to the rabbit. The terrified creature started to writhe all over again at the sign of a looming threat. Mychael grunted as he held it down firmly with one hand. It started to fall still under his hold, relaxing completely with its foot hanging limp. Huh. He sure had a way with animals. I backed away to give him space, not wanting to distract him. As he was working to free the rabbit, I looked around to take in my surroundings. The trees felt somewhat familiar, a flash of memory playing in my mind. Casting one last glance towards Michael's back, I wandered a bit further away, making sure to stay within earshot. Maybe don't do that. It took a few steps before I came across a familiar sight. Fairy circle! Oh, it was the circle of mushrooms from the other day. I recalled that Daisy was definitely here. I hesitated at the edge of it, a sourceless sense of fear suddenly coursing through me as I stared at it. Had it grown bigger? The longer... Uh-oh. Oh, come on! The longer This better not lead to a bad ending. The longer I stood there, the more the fear dissipated, my limbs tingling pleasantly and urging me forward. Before I realized it, my foot was already lifting to approach it. Closer, closer. Staring at it, a fuzzy haze creeped over my mind. Oh yeah, I think there's a mild jump scare incoming of Mychael grabbing our hand. My face was warm. I found myself smiling at the oddly comforting familiarity, like recalling a fond memory, like greeting an old friend. I knelt down to inspect the growth, reaching out to brush my hand on one of the mushroom caps. Then someone yanked my wrist back. What? Don't! Huh? Don't touch those. Okay. Oh. I looked up to see Mychael looming over me, gaze sharp and irises shaped like thin slivers. You have a terrible habit of wandering off, don't you? I gulped. I just... How is the rabbit? Is it safe? His eyes narrowed as I flailed to change the subject. It's free, like you asked. Don't touch those. Mychael squeezed my wrist before letting go. I rubbed my wrist. It didn't hurt, but his grip had intent. Why? What's wrong with them? Just say it, Mychael. Nothing. Just don't touch them. I just thought it looked pretty. That's all. Did you, though? Hey, don't cross-catnap gas me. I shook my head, feeling disoriented as my mind flickered between thoughts rapidly like a broken radio station. Mychael snapped his fingers for my attention. Look at me, Firefly. His voice was snippy and irritated. Well, listen, if you would have taken me home sooner, we wouldn't be in this mess. I blinked rapidly to ground myself, scratching my head as I tried to gather my thoughts. Talk to me. Say anything. Some people think they're magic. Yeah, that's a pretty common belief with mushroom rings, isn't it? I hung on to that thought. Keep going. Like, related to fae folk, you know? It's why they're called fairy rings or a fairy circle. Mychael squinted before easing. Mychael squinted before easing, his demeanor just a little less tense compared to before. They do look like they could summon a portal at any moment and whisk you away. I looked over at Mychael, expecting him to look amused. Yes, what is your reaction to this information, Mychael? Instead, he was glaring down at the ground, as if the mushrooms were the most vile thing he's ever seen. I mean, what does this mean? Mad Pat! No, it's more of an invasive species than anything else. Mad Pat! I followed his gaze towards the harmless circle of fungus. They are? Should we do something about it? He blinked as if coming out of a daze. No. Sorry. Just a thought that slipped out. He pinched his nose bridge, his normally soft voice a tired grumble. Normally I'd leave them alone to do their business, but having you here... Anyways, just don't touch it, okay? Mad Pat? Is this your first live ever I don't know how to pronounce it. There's a lot of new people in today's chat. Wowie. Wait, who's getting the chancla? Oh no, is somebody getting the chancla? I don't think, Cupcake 5393, I don't think we're in love with Mychael. We're just befriending him. So he's definitely... I'm not even sure, because I think I saw somewhere that Mychael... Well, I know we out here, we love Mychael. That he's, I don't remember. Ava the One. Okay, it kind of confused my brain a little bit. But if this is your first stream, then welcome to the stream. We get a little silly. We do a few polls. I choke on my tea a little bit. But Miko the Silly Goober, the mushrooms are so pretty. I know he really wants us to stay with him. I don't know if it's love. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, the main character might not be in love with Mychael, but we are. He was being far too uptight about something as trivial as a circle of mushrooms. It feels like there's more to it than that. His sigh was exasperated. They just grew in my part of the forest, is all. So does that mean that he was here before those mushrooms and they became an invasive species? They make me uncomfortable. It definitely felt like Mychael wanted to use a stronger word than uncomfortable. A barely concealed growl between his teeth. Why? I thought you liked mushrooms. Michael's ears flattened. Not these ones. They're not even real mushrooms. Matt Pat! Pat Matt! Matthew Patthew! They're not? No. He seemed to hesitate before blurting. They just happen to mimic mushrooms. Oh. I've never heard of something like that. Though there is some pretty wild foliage out there that could copy the look of nearby plants. I saw one flower that made itself look like a bird. Does it have a name? His brows scrunched in confusion. What, them? Yeah, as in the species. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. I could recognize them by sight, though, so just stick with me when you're out in the woods, okay? I really don't want you anywhere near them. All right, if you say so. I mean, we're trusting you, but you should really explain to us that, hey, those mushrooms will hypnotize you into falling asleep in the grass forever. I just don't get how they can be invasive, is all. I consider it invasive when they come on my property. Is he really getting this angry over cute mushrooms? I'm gonna be honest, you're acting really weird about it, Mychael. He was getting more agitated the longer we stood there, hands clenching into tight fists. Espoir, I know I ask a lot from you, but please, let's just leave them alone, okay?
Why? There's something you're not...
Look, can we just...
I flinched, backing away from him as his voice rang through the trees. A silence passed between us before he took a deep breath.
Just tell me about the mushrooms, sir. Just, don't you just hate it? In the movie, TV show, anime, or whatever, where just explain the thing. This is this, and that is that. This is the truth. This is why you should trust me. Don't just say, oh, can't talk about it, or oh, there's no time. You find time. You make time. Like I said before, I was watching Corey Kenshin's playthrough of Resident Evil Village, and I forgot in the beginning how Chris Redfield just bursts into the thing. Doesn't explain anything to Ethan. Just explain the mushrooms. Hello, Hana, CEO of Shadow Lily. Just explain the mushrooms, Mychael. I'm sorry. Please, can we step away from here? Are the mushrooms making you irritated? Are their fumes affecting you as well? He held out his hand. His fingers were trembling. And I'm just going to assume that we're going to continue trusting him, but if you want the bad ending, then you would not trust him, or you would be careful in the bathroom, you wouldn't trust him that one time, and you would decline his hand, and you get like a really sad ending. But we're not doing that today. I closed my hand around his, noting the way his tail flicked so hard it thumped against his leg. His fingers were calloused against my own, twitching at the unfamiliar sensation. I stepped up beside him, looking at him expectantly. I didn't think you'd take it. Now it was my turn to get flustered. You offered. I know I did. I thought I scared you, so I figured... He waited for the other to say something. We waited for the other to say something, our faces growing heated as seconds passed. We're just in the forest, holding hands, by the mushrooms. He finally laughed, exclaiming something strange and garbled before squeezing my hand. Espoir, you're really something special. I hope you realize that. He gave my hand another tight squeeze, snapping me out of my daydream. Let's get you home, Firefly. Now, the sad ending is really sad. If you'd like to see it, I've played this game before. I should probably put a link to that in the description, now that I think about it. But it's really sad. You, like, completely lose all your memories of Mychael, and you get home, and you forgot you even left. I think you even forget that you had a cat. Oh. Mychael took the lead, his footing sure and confident. He must have noticed my unsteady gait beside him, as he suddenly veered towards a clear path I could easily follow. I didn't verbalize it, but I was definitely grateful for that. As much as the forest was growing on me, letting my feet get caught in roots and twigs every few steps gets tiring after a while. Our steps fell into rhythm next to each other. I peeked at Mychael every once in a while, trying to gauge his mood after what happened. Even after spending so much time with him, he was so difficult to read. Yeah, how are you going to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 eyes? How can someone both wear their heart on their sleeve, yet keep it stitched tight, never letting anyone come too close? I knew he had secrets he wanted to keep close to his chest, but I wished he'd just open up to me a little. The silence that hung in the air was making my skin prickle. What's your favorite animal? I was so caught up in my thoughts, I didn't even realize I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Mychael regarded me curiously, ears flicking. My favorite animal? He pursed his lips in thought before his ears perked. Jellyfish. I did a double take. It was one thing for him to have an answer so readily, but the choice was something else. Jelly? Why jellyfish? I thought it'd be, I don't know, a bird or something. He shrugged. They're pretty to look at least from pictures I've seen. Plus, I kind of relate to them. You kind of relate to them, really? He said that without zero hesitation. Exactly how do you relate to a jellyfish? His expression faltered, as if deciding on the right way he could explain his answer. Let's just say I have something in common. That you're immortal? That you can regenerate? That you have no brain? Matt Pat! Matt Pat! Write that down! Write that down! With a jellyfish? Well, one jellyfish. In what way? That they're pretty to look at? A strangled noise slipped past his throat. No. You wouldn't get it. Try me. No. I groaned like a dying whale in exhaustion, shoulders slumped like I had a back problem. He's not gonna elaborate any more, is he? He probably spotted the vein growing on my forehead as he snickered. Relax, Firefly. You're gonna faint on the spot if you think any harder. Just tell me Just tell me about the jellyfish. Tell me about the mushrooms. If you're allowed to get upset about mushrooms, I'm allowed to get upset about jellyfish. His smile dropped for a second, before his cheeky grin returned. Touch. Touch? Touch what? You know, touch. I stared at him, his happy grin shifting into a confused frown. You know, touch. When, it's like saying, you're right. You mean, touché? He smiled innocently. Yeah. This man will be the death of me. Just tell me about the mushrooms. I just grab him by his cheeks and go, what are you? Tell me. No, we'll be patient. He laughed at my screwed up grimace, waving a hand hesitantly. What about you? What's your favorite animal? Cats? Your chickens? What is our favorite animal? Boop. I think my favorite animals are piggies. I like piggies. I mean, obviously, I like cats. Why are we singing I Want It That Way? Tell me why I'm nothing but... Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the fan art, Miko the Silly Goober. I appreciate it. But I always must get the permission of the artist first before I put them in my videos. Ooh, you know, Hannah, I've never met anyone whose favorite animal was sloths. Sloths are very cute. Hi-ya, I have been playing for 4.5 hours. We're very close to the end, though. But, my favorite animals are piggies, and foxes, and goats, and alligators. And there's hardly any animal that I don't like, but those are the ones that show up on TikTok the most, cause that's in my algorithm, and those are the animals I like. Yeah, that really would, Pancake Paws, that really would stink if we get a clear answer out of him, and Mychael doesn't even know what he is, so he can't answer any of our questions. Oh, okay, Rainbow Factory Taylor. I'll have to look back, 'cause I'll save the picture, but I'll put it in a folder of pictures I don't have permission for yet. Yeah, Sleepy Bug. I like alligators too. I think they're cute. I'm terrified of them. Oh, I know you like cows, Sleepy Bug. They're so cute. They're cute little prairie puppies. They're so smart and cute. So, cats? Cats? Okay. 57% of us likes cats. He snorted, a fond smile on his lips. You know what? I don't even know why I bothered asking. Of course it's cats. What's that supposed to mean? Mister not telling me about what jellyfish you relate to so I can add that to the lore? He gave me a look. You know what I mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know what he means. He pretty much giggled in response. We continued with idle chatter after that. I didn't even know how much time had passed as the trees slowly thinned out, the sounds of nature muffling as the canopy started to grow scarce. Suddenly, I heard the soft yet familiar rumble of a car in the distance. I almost didn't pick up on it, fully immersed in whatever Mychael was rambling about. Something about the life cycle of a topsy-turvy dorney or whatever it was he called it. I want to add that to my lore, but I don't even know what it is. My lore theories. Oh, had we really walked that far already? I left Mychael's side and rushed forward. He made a sound of surprise, but followed suit. I neared the edge of the forest, just as another car drove past. Unnatural symmetry! I recognized my street instantly. Breaking into a light jog, I almost missed Mychael calling for my name as I run down the road. There! My house was visible from where I stood by the street. I was breathing heavily by the time Mychael approached my side, the man barely making a sound as I took in the sight. Oh, I missed this. I turned to thank Mychael, only to startle when a bundled stranger took his place. Cute! Ah! Sorry. People about. I couldn't see anyone around, but I guess he was right to be safe. I guess this was his version of a disguise. That would work. If I were to pass him on the street, I don't think I would have bothered to look twice. I mean, those sunglasses are pretty cool, though. I mean, I want to say thank you to your face, but I'll settle for this, I guess. His chuckle was muffled underneath the scarf. He pulled it down so he could speak properly. Did I scare you? I got distracted. Mychael's eyes squinted from where I could see them. And I wonder how you don't get lost, And I wonder how you don't get lost every 20 steps. Bold of you to assume that I don't get lost every 20 steps. Hey, he laughed at my offended tone. You better not go back in there. Got it? But how am I going to visit you? I'm not always going to be around to find you. Who says I need you around to find me? Almost instantly, his eyes hardened under his sunglasses. I'm serious. Don't go wandering in these woods again. Or I might have to start taking drastic measures just to make sure you stay put right where you are. I sputtered indignantly. Indignantly. I'll wander where I please. Sure. He looked over my shoulder towards my house. So, that's where you live, huh? Yeah, come on in. Come on in, I'll show you the internet. I'll show you this crazy YouTuber named Espoir du Vide. Looks cozy. I wasn't sure if he was being genuine, considering he lived in the wooden back ends of the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, I perked up with a thought. "Do you want to come by?" His eyes darted towards me, shock evident on his face. Me? To your home?" I nodded. He froze completely. For a second, I thought he stopped breathing. I'd love to. Uh-oh. Suddenly, barking and a shout startled us both, my body jerking forward as his arm yanked me close. I heard a soft rustle as his sunglasses fell to the ground from the sudden motion, his hastily worn beanie shaken off his head. "Oh." Looking up, it was just my neighbor calling out to their dog. "Oh, looks like Vita's back from college." I paused, feeling his grip tighten. I looked down at his hand on my shoulder before glancing up at him. Mychael." He snapped back to the present, his hand releasing me quickly. "Sorry." He looked towards my neighbor and their dog for another moment before turning back to me. I don't think it's a good idea for me to go with you. I don't want to be seen."
Oh.
I deflated just a little. But you have your disguise, don't you?" He shook his head insistently.
"I can't risk it. It's better this way. Just come on in. My house is right there."
He spoke with a finality that was starting to become familiar. If he wasn't willing, fine. At least I was. Before he could pick up his accessories, I gently grabbed his wrist. "Then, can I come visit you instead?" "What?" I huffed impatiently. "If you won't come to mine, then I'll go to yours." Once again, he was rendered speechless.
Why would you ever want to see me again?"
At this point, I was starting to look and sound peeved. For all his good traits, the constant need to build his walls higher around me was starting to get annoying. I folded my arms, looking stern. His eyes widened as if in preparation, ears flattening like a cat in the middle of a scolding. "Mychael, can you just accept the fact that maybe I enjoy your company and wouldn't mind more?"
"I'm sorry. Nobody's ever... But you wanted to go home so badly." "Oh, this man is hopeless."
"Yes, of course I do. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna forget about you completely.
In this ending." "'Cause there is an ending where I completely forget about him, and it's really sad."
Exactly, Rookie Tales. You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Do 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 do. Just pick him up somehow. Don't worry, Miko, the silly goober. This is actually a really happy ending. Yes, of course I do. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna forget about you completely. Besides, I promised I'd show you what phones can do, didn't I? Dismissing the fact that there's probably not much I can show when there's no data in the woods. I'm sure he'd be enthralled by whatever dinky mobile game I had installed at the time. Let me show you love in deep space. By the time... Actually, what time is it? I haven't checked on my love in deep space boys today. The point was, I just wanted to see him again.
"So, that means I get to see you again?"
"Yes, no catnap mist, needed." I picked up on the eager tone in his voice, realizing he wished for the same sentiment. "Yeah, I want to." His voice warbled for a second.
"Firefly."
He cleared his throat, laughing to himself.
"Espoir. You can't imagine how much that means to me. A lot. It means a lot. More than you know."
I nodded, a giddy smile creeping onto my own face. "How's next weekend?" He tilted his head.
"That's 7 sundowns from now."
5. His smile widened, eyes squinting in absolute delight.
"Okay. I'll meet you here then."
I smiled at him, figuring this was goodbye. Hug him? Thank you. We're hugging him. I'm pretty sure we all collectively want to hug him. You getting hugged? I didn't think twice. Arms spread and wrapped around him before he could react. Mychael froze from head to toe, inhaling sharply as his shoulders tensed.
Oh.
For a second, I thought I triggered a fight or flight or freeze response. It took a few seconds before he shifted to reciprocate, lightly placing his hands on the small of my back in a loose hold. Fingertips splayed awkwardly along my spine.
Oh, does he not know how to hug?
He seemed to gain confidence as he wrapped his arms around me properly, a shaky sigh leaving his body as he relaxed. A faint rhythmic rumble emitted from his chest, my eyes widening at the strange feeling.
He's purring again.
Was he purring? I knew I'd heard that sound before, but he was definitely purring. I didn't have time to dwell on it for long. His grip was getting tighter.
Mychael!
Tighter.
Mychael!
Tighter. Mychael! When another car passing by made him jump and release me. Mychael! Come on now. I had to step away to catch my breath after the squeeze. His arms dropped to his side with a blank stare in my direction. Oh. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see his hands clenching tightly, as if holding himself back. I looked up at him, expecting him to say something first. Instead, he just stared at me like I'd grew a third eye. I quickly cleared my throat, cheeks starting to burn.
Anyways...
I gave him one last light punch to the shoulder. It felt like punching a sack of grains. And he's dense, too. I'll have to check the developer's Twitter to see if there's any anatomy art of Mychael to see if he is really muscular like we assume.
I'll see you next weekend.
Ignoring the heat on my face, I looked both ways before jogging across the street. My neighbor in their yard looked up as I approached, their eyes lighting up in recognition.
Espoir?
Cute.
Puppy!
Their hands fidgeted with the frisbee in their hand as they approached, their ever-loyal Leica following close behind.
Puppy!
I was wondering where you've been. I dropped by to give you some cake over the weekend, but you weren't home, and you didn't answer your phone, and your packages were piling up at the door, and I got that many packages in 3 days? I held my hands up in a placating gesture. Vita, I'm fine.
Oh.
At our feet, Leica was dutifully pawing at their elbow to calm them down. Their mouths stopped midway, though through another sentence, blinking rapidly.
Aw.
Sorry. They reached down to pat Leica's head, significantly calmer as they asked me again.
Where were you? Where have you been?
I was, visiting a friend. For a digital detox? Off the grid and all that? They blinked slowly, nodding. I was doing some intense touching grass, but if I would have touched the grass, the mushrooms would have got me.
Oh, that sounds
exciting. By the tone of their voice, they didn't mean that at all.
Oh, what about Daisy? Did you manage to find her?
Yeah, she's right over there. She's sleeping peacefully. Right, Daisy? My mood instantly dropped. No. It's why I went away in the first place, you could say. It took a few seconds for Vita to understand what I meant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. They straightened, a flash of empathy on their face, before they smiled.
Well, Leica and I are around for the semester break if you need anything. We should do a movie night. Maybe that'll lift your spirits. I found this really good one I think you'll like. I did some research and I feel like it's right up your alley.
Is it Revolutionary Girl Lieutenant of the movie?
Leica and I could take a quick drive to the store, so just let us know when you're up for it. I could get your favorite snacks and stuff.
Oh. Leica gave a happy bark at the familiar word. A fond smile quirked at my lips. Thank you, Vita. I'll bring the orange soda. Their expression lit up happily. Who loves orange soda? Take care. I bid them both goodbye to walk up my driveway. Once I got to my door, I had an urge to turn around one last time. Oh! I was surprised to see Mychael, still standing by the forest's edge, shadowed by the trees. If you can't see him, there he is. He's over here. Just lurking. Our eyes made contact, his own a fierce, piercing yellow shining against the shade. I gave him a big wave. Why am I getting... I'm tearing up. I'm feeling sad. Yeah, that's... because there's more chapters than this. This isn't the end. But yeah, that's a smooth illustrated. Hope Mycheal doesn't get jealous of her in the future chapters. Yeah, 'cause there are more chapters. Mycheal, don't you dare. Do not the Vita. Do not. I gave him a big wave. It took a moment, but he waved back. Smiling to myself, I unlocked the front door and let myself inside. It was surreal standing in my doorway again. It felt like... I felt like Alice, who just woke up at the end of the book, feeling like I'd dreamt of Wonderland. I tossed my keys in my backpack by the hall carelessly before plugging my phone into the charger. I dreaded playing catch-up with the people who might have tried to reach me during my absence. Work, family, friends, mostly work. I groaned aloud, flopping onto the living room couch. Ah well, at least I had this weekend to look forward to. That's all from day 3 of Mushroom Oasis demo. Yay! More updates coming in the future. Nice. So, I should say it more. Turn this down a little bit because it's kind of loud. But you can go to itch.io, and I think if you have... Do you need an account? I think you do need an account, though. But you can rate the games that I've played, or games that you've played, on itch.io, and I think this game deserves a 5 stars. The full 5 stars, however many stars you can give them. Because this is a really well-written game, and Mycheal is adorable. And playing this again, I'm just realizing how much art is in this game. Ooh. Ooh. That's such a happy ending, and it's not even the ending. This is probably the start. I'll have to check back on the developer's page of how many chapters they intend. But this was up to day 3. Oh, I'll have to look at your art again, Fox Animation. I know, was it you or someone that did the cute Espoir pony? It had like dragon wings. Yeah, I don't know if I saw your Picture Perfect boyfriend characters as ponies. I'll have to see that. Called Picture Perfect Cult Friend. Aww. Yeah, at least, Zarabeth, at least this wasn't like my Binary Star Hero one. Oh, that was, what was that, like 6 hours? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no, now Once Upon a Dream is gonna get stuck in my head again. Yeah, oh, Lala, I hope you didn't just get here. We are ending the live. It's been exactly 5 hours and like 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, Zarabeth, you weren't at the Binary Star Hero one? Oh, that one was grueling. I should never do that again. Geez, speaking of really, really long streams, I was thinking for next week. So next week I have something to do on Saturday, so we can Oh, I'm sorry, Lala. So I want to have the stream on Friday at 3 o'clock.
Oh, thank you so much, Sleepy Hobo. I try my best to be comforting.
What's next week? What is next week? Oh yeah, and also happy last day of May.
It's May 31st.
So I want to have next week's stream on June the 6th, because I have somewhere to go the June the 7th, but I didn't want to cancel the stream outright. Ow. My headphones are like, wrap it up. So I was thinking we could do Touch Starved next week, because that technically would be a replay, and there's been a big update of Touch Starved, and it's been a long time since I've played that. I think I'm gonna make a poll to see if people want me to do that in a live stream or as a video, because if I do it as a video, it's gonna take a really, really, really long time. Oh, Zarabeth, my birthday's in July too. Hee. Phew. Oh, but it's really hot in here. I need to get in my air-conditioned room. But thank you so much to everyone joining me for this stream. Thank you to everyone who commented. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to everyone lurking about. Thank you to everyone whose first stream this is. I'm definitely not a professional, but I'm getting more used to streaming. I was able to set this all up all by myself. Oh yeah, speed dating for ghosts. That'd be really cute. Speed dating for ghosts. When I made a video on that, it didn't seem like very many people were interested in it, but that game is so cute. I think that would be a fun game for us to all play together. Oh, don't worry, Sleepy Bug, I will get lots of rest. I'm gonna make a snack. I'm probably gonna play The Sims or what other Steam game has my attention. But yeah, whew, alright, yeah, I'm I'm getting tired. But thank you so much to everyone who joined me. I've played this game before. This game does have a couple bad endings. They're very sad and well written. I think I have a whole playlist about all my videos of Mushroom Oasis. I'll have to add this stream to it. But I'm tired. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm sweating. So I really, really, really appreciate everyone joining me on these streams. Thank you so much. I will see you next week, June the 6th at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. You all get some rest. You have a great rest of your night or a great rest of your day. I'm gonna go lay down and have some tea.